Good evening. Call to order. We have a quorum. Could we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Sticks?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina?
Here.
Councilmember Rule?
Here.
Councilmember Lang?
Here.
Councilmember Whitman?
Here.
Thank you, Weston. Welcome, everyone, to the April 25th, 2023 meeting of the Ojai City Council. James, will you please do the pledge for us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Please join me in standing. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance.
Thank you, James. Approval of the agenda, motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
And a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. All right, we will begin with a presentation. We have an update from Ojai Harrison and Sons regarding SB 1383 compliance. And this would be our opportunity to ask questions, correct, James, about the consent item?
Yes, we have two consent items related to E.J. Harrison's or SB 1383 on the agenda. So if there are any questions while they are here to speak, would be a good time to ask.
Okay. And thank you so much, Nan, for being here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nan Drake, and I am in charge of outreach and public relations for E.J. Harrison and Son, Agerman, and Gold Coast Recycling, which are the three companies that work together to make it all work to create a better environment, we hope, for everyone. Tonight with me is Bill Camarillo. He is the CEO of Agerman, and one of the experts, if not the expert, in California on SB 1383, composting to really save the world, because we know that that's exactly what has to happen, that we have to nurture this planet that we live on. I passed out some information, and it's all about residential food waste. And I just have a short thing I would like to say, along with answering any questions. Maybe when Bill finishes, we'll do that. It's a challenge, SB 1383, but it's one that we think we've met head on. You now have 3 barrels weekly. You have the ability to recycle. You have the ability to have an empty trash can if you work real hard at it. And you have an organic barrel that you can put not only your trimmings and your green organic waste, but also your organic food waste. We have a commercial program that we've audited everybody that's our customer. We know where everybody is. Some of the smaller people are not quite in line, all of the majors. So we're very confident with the commercial program. The residential program is another story. We don't know why. We advertise in the papers. We do a lot of social media, and residents just don't seem to be doing it. Personally, I love it. It's so easy for me. I entertain a lot in my home, and my little can is right there with me all the time. All you have to do is take all of your trimmings. The one thing that people are not quite understanding, because we have sent kind of mixed messages about plastic bags, but in this case, it's the only way we can do it, because the most valuable commodity in that organic barrel currently is the green waste. That green waste can be sold and made into primo compost. We don't have a facility yet in this county that can handle food waste to turn it into a pulp, that can turn it into a product. So we must protect the organic waste in the barrel from the food waste, the green waste. So that's why it's an interim program. I can assure you the bags end up in the landfill properly. They're not flying around. And they're pretty shredded by the time they go through our shredder, which Bill will explain to you. Anyway, I'm very happy to be here. Sorry we couldn't be here at your last meeting. We were doing this same presentation in Fillmore. So I'll be back if you have any questions of me, and I'd love for Bill to excite you even more about the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan.
Yes, thank you.
I did send in a presentation.
Yes. James Hahn is having the presentation coming up now.
It's on the screen now.
We wait.
Good evening, and thank you for having me tonight. And like Nan said, I'm Bill Camarillo. I'm the CEO of Agroman, and I've been in the organics waste recycling business now for over 30 years. Started right here in Ventura County. And today, Agroman is the largest organics waste recycler in the state of California. We manage over 1 million tons a year for well over 200 jurisdictions and 15 counties. And we learned a lot right here at home in Ventura County with all of our agricultural partners. So SB 1383 is an ominous bill. It's probably the most disruptive piece of legislation to the waste industry than we've seen since the original AB 939 law. And it's not a recycling bill. It's all about short-lived climate pollutants. And it's part of the AB 32 Climate Action Plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions produced by landfills. So even though landfills have great gas capturing systems, still about 25 to 30% of the methane from landfills is fugitive off the soil and ends up into the atmosphere. It's 80 times more potent than CO2. And they can see it from NASA today. So they've picked out all the landfills and dairies, and they're trying to reduce methane, and that's how 1383 came about. Next slide. Oh, perfect. So it is our collective mission to partner to cool the planet by creating innovative ways to dealing with soil science. And we do that by partnering with our waste hauling partners like Ojai Harrison and Sons and many others throughout the state, with municipalities that haul their own waste, and our agricultural partners that can consume the compost at the end of the day to reduce their need for pesticides, herbicides, chemical fertilizers. It reduces water use, reduces erosion, and then we also make a lot of landscape and commercial products out of it as well that end up in retail stores. And we do this to try and heal the planet. Next slide. So it's been a long journey. I don't know how much you know about AB 939, which was passed way back in 1990, was to reduce to reduce landfilling and diverting 50% of the waste by the year 2000 to preserve landfills back in 1990. And then when AB 32 passed in 2006, a lot of the rest of the legislation that was passed was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And a lot of those bills that we see today, like you may have heard about AB 341, which was a commercial recycling bill, 1826 was a commercial organics bill. Those were all goal-driven bills and not very effective. So that's why the Air Board decided to pass SB 1383 to mandate the diversion of organics from the landfills. Next slide. So here's the rules. By 2022, we are to have diverted 50% of the organic waste from the landfills, nearly 11 million tons. As of 2022, the state's diverted 5%. Way behind the power curve, a lot of that caused by the pandemic. We lost a couple of years through that whole process. And in 2025, 75% of all the organics have to get diverted from landfills, which is estimated to be 20 plus million tons in the state. There is a severe penalty, up to $10,000 a day to the jurisdictions for not following the programs. You can't actually implement any kind of penalty phase for the generators themselves until 2024 if they do not participate. And in this bill, unlike AB 939, there is no good faith effort. So in AB 939, as long as you had all the programs in place and you were doing everything you could, if you didn't quite make it, that was a good faith effort and you didn't get penalized. SB 1383 does not have that. There's also another part of 1383, and it's got a lot of articles in it, and it's a procurement requirement by jurisdictions to buy back 8% of their population in tons of compost and mulch to use back in the communities to create a demand pull on the material as they push it out of the landfills. That was delayed a year with AB 1985, again, because of the pandemic. Next slide. Oh, wow. That was spooky. So This is just a graphical of where the state plans on being, and that's the green line. So the blue and the orange line are the projected amounts of organic waste being produced in California. And they're expecting us to get down to 5.7 tons of organic waste going to the landfills by 25. And like I said, in 22, calculated only 5% had been diverted so far. So a lot of work to do. Next slide. Here's why they're having us do it. Hey, Joe. And I recognize that voice. So up to 2018, we had been diverting about 10 million tons of organic waste from landfills through the green waste programs. And that was an estimated about 12 million barrels of oil offset. So that's how they view this reduction program. So by going after the next 20 plus million tons is another 27 million barrels of oil offset by reducing methane at landfills. Next slide. And the reason they focused on what we're doing today is because it's one of the least costly ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Organics recycling is only about $53 a metric ton of CO2 reduced, rather than an electric vehicle closer to $3,000 a metric ton of CO2. So there's a whole hierarchy at which what we should be working on first to reduce methane or greenhouse gases, and then ultimately zero emission vehicles are supposed to help us finish getting the way there, but they're pretty expensive. Next slide. This is about the procurement program that I was talking about. I'm going to show you some examples of how cities and farming companies are using the compost in the SB 1383 program. Next slide. It's a whole new platform that Agriman created statewide called CaliforniaCompost.net, and it's meant for us to help jurisdictions not have a bad experience in using compost and mulch. Believe it or not all composts are created equal, just like meals, they're not all created equal. And not all soils can use the same amounts of compost in the material types because every piece of property has its own thumbprint and what needs to be done to it in order to grow plants. Next slide. So with the passing of AB 1985, 100% procurement in like the city of Ojai was probably around 5,000 tons of compost you'd need to procure. This year in 2023, you only need to procure 30% of that. So it basically created a ramping phase through 2025. Next year, it needs to be 65%. And by 2025, you're going to have to procure 100% of the compost and mulch. Ojai's always been really good about using mulch in the community parks and streetways. So we're happy to work with James Vega to figure out how to use that in the parks, or we can actually broker it to agriculture if you're interested in doing that as well. Next slide. The portal just has an assessment tool in there where we actually, for free, will tell you how you could use the compost and mulch in your communities. We actually comb the internet to find how many park acreage you have, streetways you have, and then we can tell you how much you can actually use in the city. We have qualifying product lines that you can look at with standards, whether you buy it from us or someone else. You can make sure that they're meeting the standards so you get a quality product. And then there's a brokering service in there where we help pair you up to agriculture to be able to use the material if you so decide to go that direction. Next slide. There's a calculator on the website too. It makes it easy for you. You just put in the city. It'll have the year for this year in there. It'll tell you how much compost you need to buy in mulch. Next slide. At the end of the day, this is the best part of it. It produces a report for you every quarter, tells you where you're at, and at the end of the year, it'll produce a report you can just send to CalRecycle so that it shows that you're in compliance. Next slide. This is a little bit of a story about how the solution to a lot of what's going on is actually beneath our feet and fixing the soil. So I'm just going to take you through a little education on how compost is used and why it's important for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And then I'm going to show you some examples of projects we're doing throughout the state. Next slide. So scientists, if you know a lot of them, they'd never agree. And when you get a bunch of them starting to agree that there's a problem, you know that you better start paying attention. And more, we're seeing more scientists agree that the climate is changing. And I don't think we would argue that it's not changing. It's probably always changing, but it seems to be more severe at times. So some of the things that you can do with soil to sink carbon like Mother Nature intended to, I'm going to show you some examples. Next slide. Historically, and I'm talking a century or more ago, before oil in 1860 and chemical fertilizers, most of our soils in agriculture had 3 to 7% carbon organic matter in them. And they healed themselves, creating topsoil. Well, with the revolution of chemical fertilizer and monoculture, our soils today have less than 0.5% in them. In most cases, barely enough to sustain life, so therefore you have to use lots of water and chemicals to grow food. If we were just to move the needle back to 3% in our agricultural lands, you could actually remove 1 trillion metric tons of CO2 out of the atmosphere. So you got to remember, we're continually producing CO2 above and beyond Mother Nature, and that's what's creating the disturbance in our weather patterns. Next slide. How does compost work? Well, if you look on the left side, that's a rangeland example, and I'll show you one that we're doing in Sacramento. Today, because the carbon levels are so low, the plant life barely can consume enough carbon out of the atmosphere to sustain itself. So basically, it's feeding the microbes in the ground, which breaks down the nutrients in the ground, solubilizes them so it can uptake it through the roots and grow the plants. And that's the cycle. Draws down carbon, feeds the bugs in the soil, so the bugs feed the plants, and that's the cycle of life in the soil. With compost, by adding nutrients to the ground to feed the bacteria in the ground, the plants grow more vigorously, their roots grow deeper, and they start to sink carbon like they were meant to. So that's what fixing the soil does. Next slide. How do we pay back our carbon debt? Well, it's going to be complicated, and it's not easy, and it's going to be very expensive. So I'm going to show you some of the projects we're working on that go hand in hand with the waste industry, the water industry, the agricultural communities, and everybody participating in collaboration to try and fix things. Next slide. Here's Montalvo Park in Ventura. City of Ventura said, Bill, what are we supposed to do with 8,000 tons of compost? And I said, well, you have 700 acres of parks. Just a 1/4 inch on 700 acres is actually 12,000 tons of compost, so you need more than you actually need to buy. Well, what are we supposed to do with it? Well, let me show you how to fix the parks. So we did a demonstration in Montalvo. We did one application in June of 21. That's what the park looked like, and this is a drone that measures photosynthesis. And then in March of 22, after one rain and one application, we greened up the park. We started to store some carbon in it. And take me to the next slide, please. You can see the difference between the untreated and the treated areas. And most important is you can look at what the water infiltration rate was. So a lot of parks are super hard. The ground is super hard. Water hits it and it runs off. As you start to add compost, it starts to soften the ground, and it doubled the ability for it to accept water. The moisture levels doubled in weight in the soil, and the water holding capacity nearly doubled, therefore saving water in the park. So you don't have to use as much water if you fix the soil. Next slide. This is our carbon farming project in Sacramento on a rangeland project called Van Vleck Ranch. It's been around since 1856. That's one application, one rain. You can see the treated and untreated. This is not rocket science when you start to look at it going, wow, you can actually see visibly the change in the piece of property with one application. So we're going to be doing this every year to sink carbon. Now there's voluntary carbon markets that we're going after to help to pay for these things. So it's going to be a combination of what we're doing, what the voluntary carbon markets are doing to help sink carbon. Next slide. Limonera Company, where we started our first farming project. This is a farm they have out in the desert called Cadiz, where we started treating their trees out there. Next slide. You can see the trees on the left started creating new blushes. You can see the yellow new leaves compared to the trees that are untreated. The trees out there now are growing just as many lemons as the ones in Santa Paula because we started fixing the soil. Next slide. Agriment's carbon factor. So here are some of the projects that we're working. I'm going to update you on a Limonera project that we're doing, our Mountain View project that we're going to be doing for food waste. Next slide. We have a huge footprint now, and we're very proud of it. We're continuing to build new facilities statewide to remove green waste, food waste, and all organics from landfills. Limoneira, which was finally approved in February of 2022, that we started the permitting process in 2011, took nearly 11 years to get a permit. And we finally completed that, so we're hoping to start construction on that at the end of the year. Our Mountain View facility, that one took 6 years, and we're starting construction this year. And then we have others throughout the state that we're building. Next slide. The Limoneira project's going to be 300,000 tons. The CapEx to build it, total cost about $30 million. It'll be there for 50 years. So that's the good news. And it'll handle pretty much all of Ventura County's organic waste, green waste, food waste, ag waste at that one facility. Next slide. This is an exciting new technology for commercial food waste where the trash truck unloads the commercial food waste into these hoppers, and it goes through a series of shredders and presses and screens, and we get out a really clean mash at the end of the day that we can aerobically digest and use it as an animal feed or a fertilizer from the food waste generated. It removes all the contamination, all the bags, cans, corks, forks, you name it, it removes all of that. Next slide. That's it. It's our call to action. Everybody has questions about bags. So there are bags in everybody's house. We don't care what kind of bag you use. Just put it in a bag, put it in the green waste barrel so we can pull it out. There is not enough infrastructure in the state of California to do SB 1383. So if you were to just put your food waste in the green waste barrel, it would get commingled and there's nowhere to go with it. So right now, those trucks go to Gold Coast Recycling where we take the bags of food out. The green waste goes to our Limoneira Compost Center, and the food waste goes to our Simi Valley Center where it gets processed and sent off to composting. As soon as Limoneira is open in Mountain View, then we can talk about commingling because now we'll have infrastructure for it. But for us, the food is more valuable as an animal feed and organic fertilizer than as compost. So we'd prefer it in a bag. And in the cities we tell not to bag it, they bag it anyway. And then the cities that don't want bags, we say, well, take out the rest of the bags because there's lots of bags in there that people put in the green waste barrel. So you don't have to use compostable bags. You could use a paper bag, a plastic bag, pretty much any bag you have laying around. Like Nan said, it's pretty easy. If you put it in a bag, tie it up, and then put it in the barrel so you don't have to have it in the house. It keeps the barrel clean. In the summer when it gets hot, if you just had food waste in there without a bag, I can tell you from experience, the gnats, the cockroaches, the flies, the smell is horrendous. So put it in a bag, keep it clean. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions if you have any of me.
Thank you so much, Bill. Much
Hey, wait,
appreciated.
stay here.
Very inspiring. Hey, Bill,
Bill,
can you?
can
We
you
have a
and
couple.
Nan
I got
stay
it,
here?
Susan. We got a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Susan.
Well, first of all, are you familiar with Josh and Rebecca Tickell, who produced the film and the book Kiss the Ground?
Yes.
And, so our community is all about
Yes.
regenerative agriculture and composting. And so my question is just very practical. I'm sure other people have it. How much do you have to separate cooked and raw food?
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You can put old bread
Together.
all together.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my question. Okay, I thought this is absolutely fantastic. What
Have
you're
you watched The
inspiring
Biggest
to
Little
do.
Farm in Moore Park?
The what?
The Biggest Little Farm in Moore Park?
Not yet. I mean, I haven't. I may have seen it.
a movie.
I have seen it. Yeah. It's an older.
No, it's not that old, and they're making new ones on Disney. So it's an incredible farm in Moore Park called The Biggest Little Farm. It's worth watching.
Yeah, I think it's on Netflix.
You can watch it on Netflix and many other things.
Yeah,
yes.
thanks for the reminder. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Rachel.
Okay, first of all, this is very exciting.
Yeah.
I was writing letters to senators 20 years ago about Monsanto, and I'm very excited about the developments that are happening with this. And I had the opportunity to tour the facility 2 weeks ago, thanks to Nan. And on my social media, there's actually a little, in my stories, highlights, you can see bags being separated. And so I'm encouraged by all the development. And I had one other question, too. I've tried using the compostable bags, and a lot of times they fall apart. But can you put like compostable coffee pods or other compostable items in the food waste as well, commercially compostable?
You can, and so part of 1383 requires us to compost all the soil paper and compostables and textiles. Today, we are composting clothing, compostable packaging. We are test driving all these new products at manufacturers. There's another bill, SB 54, that just came out about producer responsibility. Everything's moving toward composting. So the cotton industry has reached out to Agriment to start composting all different kinds of cotton-based fibers. And it's working. So with tools and technology, it's just one big science project. And our goal is, it came from the ground, let's put it back in the ground safely, and that's our job. Because it takes a tremendous amount of energy to grow food to feed us. And as the planet population continues to grow, it creates a tremendous carbon footprint. So reducing is only going to get us part of the way. We have to draw down at the same time. So these carbon farming projects, carbon sinks in the parks, we're going to figure out how to monetize those so that you treat your parks like a carbon sink. They turn green, they use less water, less chemicals, and we can monetize them financially to turn them into carbon sinks. So the industry's changing rapidly. We employ 10 to 1 jobs versus landfilling by doing what we're doing in the recycling and composting industry. So you're going to see a lot new products coming out that's saying this jacket's compostable. And working with some pretty cool, innovative companies that talent coming out of Adidas and a bunch of other companies like that.
I have one other question.
Susan, yeah.
I heard Nan say that it's harder to get private homes to compost or to put their waste in the barrel. But she said businesses are better, but does that include like schools, hotels, hospitals? Are they?
All of them.
All of them, they're all on board?
Well,
Or,
so this bill is a hammer. I don't think that's how you get people to do things. So somehow we got to figure out how to inspire them through art and communications, which is what I try to do, and say, you got to help us do this. It's a law, and we have to do it at the end of the day as your waste hauling company. And the Harrisons for 90 years have been committed to being innovative all the time. But we can't do it without everybody's help. So at the home, try and help us out, and at the restaurants, try and get them to help put the material in the right containers. Definitely the schools participate, hotels participate, food processors, but it's going to take everybody.
so is there something that individual cities can do in the way of making it mandatory?
In 2024, you
I mean, the state.
produced an ordinance, right,
Yeah,
James? Of the organics ordinance?
Yeah.
So in 2024, if the producers aren't participating and the state comes down and tries to penalize the city for not having the participation levels required, then you're going to have to go be the muscle and the police to get the generators to start doing what they're supposed to do. And that's what the ordinance is that you passed probably last year.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's clear
Any
now.
other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Andy?
So I had this question a couple of weeks ago. I read through the description of the relationship between the user, then Harrison is transporting, doing the separation, all that, then the county taking things in. What my question is, have you analyzed the city's end of things in terms of what we have to do and to report to demonstrate that we're in compliance with 1383, and what should we anticipate in terms of staffing that?
Yeah, so as part of your contract with the Harrisons, a lot of that requirement is on the contractor, the hauler. And Danny Harrison's here to answer some of those questions too. I just saw him. Oh, he's in the back. But they make sure that you're in compliance with AB 939. They're going to make sure you're in compliance with 1383. And then you also have a consultant on your side that makes sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do by the contract to keep you in compliance. And that's part of your agreement. And that's their commitment. And they do that for all the cities they serve. So Gold Coast Recycling is a Harrison Industries company. Agriman's part of the Harrison Industry family of companies. So that's how the hauling, the recycling, and the organics are all connected to serve you. They own no landfills, so they have no commitment to landfills. They use the local landfills at Tolan for Ojai, but they also use Simi once in a while if necessary, and Calabasas. But not having landfills makes you creative. They've been salvagers their whole lives, and they're really good at it.
I just wanted to say one thing, and that's that we have an audit team that is in charge of SB 1383, and right now, all of it is about food waste, obviously, because that's the one thing that we really needed to conquer and try to figure it all out. And we actually have people besides the auditors who keep accurate records. If you ever want to see some of the audit information, we do report it to the cities, but they, well, and you have Kim Nielsen, I believe, helping you also, who we work with to give her all of the information so that Cal Recycle is fully aware of where every city is and understands your efforts, because that's a very, very important thing. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that your city was watching us, besides Cal Recycle watching us. And myself, I got a prize at my door on my doorknob hanger saying thank you, because I am such a good food waste composter and helpmate. And I had to call and I said, what was that about? They actually have someone, they take a different route in a different city, and somebody opens up the organic barrel and looks inside and sees if you have any bags. If you have any bags, you get a little thank you.
Yeah, if you had to actually see 1383, you don't have enough staff. You'd have to hire 15 people just to work on it. And the consultant, along with the Harrisons, will fill in your annual report that's due August 1, and it'll have everything that you're needing in there to be in compliance. And it runs the gamut, all the way down to the educational pieces and the outreach and the barrel checking, like Nan's saying. I mean, it's all in that report that you have to produce, and that's what they do for you. Yeah.
Rachel?
I just had a question for city. For people who live in apartments, do our apartment complexes, and I don't know, maybe this is a per apartment complex thing, do our apartment complexes have yard waste, food waste dumpsters?
I'm not sure.
So
They
multifamily.
should be required to do it, but I'll
Yeah.
defer to folks.
Yeah, multifamily is also included in the programs, and typically there's going to be trash recycling and an organics cart at a multifamily development. But a lot of the HOAs are taking away the landscape material that will either bring it to us or get a Harrison dumpster or manage it themselves. But the waste, the recycling, and organics picked up by the Harrisons through those programs would go to Gold Coast. Yeah.
I just have to say, it's a mixed bag, because there are condominium projects that have their own barrels, that they're in a HOA situation. There are apartments that rely upon the brown container that we put out for green waste. There are some that get exemptions because they have gardeners. So for us, it's the last thing that we are really trying to find the solutions for to make them exactly right. So far, it's been a challenge because the associations have things they would like to do that they can't do. A lot of them have asked for exemptions and couldn't get them because they still need to do food waste. So it is a challenge, but it's one that we've accepted and we're working on. And there's nothing we could say that would be exact about any certain one you'd ask us, because one shoe does not fit all. So we have to make special arrangements and figure out exactly what is the best program for how those people live.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you so much. Thanks, congratulations, Nan, on your prize. May we all follow in your footsteps as a model composter, and thank you, Bill, really inspiring.
Yeah.
And I'm easy to get a hold of, bill@agriman.com. And if you guys, any any other questions or school projects, we love to do education with the young generation with school gardens and tours. So if we can help in any way, we know how green Ojai is, so let us know how we can help you. Thank you.
Much
I forgot
appreciated.
one thing.
Yeah.
I have to introduce Jim Harrison. He's here tonight to watch us, to watch his team. Jim,
Where
wanna
is he?
stand up?
He was picking up the trash today.
That's,
I've been meeting.
that's Jim Harrison?
Thank you for being here, Jim.
That's so nice
Much
to meet
appreciated. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We will move on to commission reports, and we have a commissioner report from the Arts Commission, Chair Smitty West. Thank you, Smitty.
All right,
Hi, everybody.
Smitty.
28 days ago, I stood here and I said, I'm going to have you a 5-year plan
This is
within
so
a month.
impressive.
And there it is. So what you have in front of you there, James, do you need one?
I'll get one from you after.
No, Nigel has one for you. Nigel, our past chair and senior commissioner. If you open, you'll see our smiling faces here, but on the left is really the most important part of this, of our plan. And that's telling you that this is not the plan that you're holding. It's just that people like to have paper in their hand. But what we have done is we have created a virtual plan that sits online, out on the cloud, that is not only a plan for budgeting purposes, but it's a plan for management purposes. It's a plan that creates transparency, that anybody could check at any time, and it will be linked to the Arts Commission website as well. But the document you do have there will guide you through some of the visioning that we did. Remember, 2 months ago, we brought in all the boards here with all the pictures. So that was an investment in first seeing what was possible and then determine, why the arts, what can we do and how do we do it. And so you'll find some high-level sort of summaries of that in the document that you have
Hey,
there.
wait just one second, Smitty. Can I ask the people in the lobby to be quiet so we can hear? Thank you.
But may I draw your attention, though, to this, which looks like a simple spreadsheet. What we've determined from our visioning is that if we reorganize the Arts Commission into 6 different areas, grants, education, technology, public art, communications, and commission health, virtually everything that we envisioned in terms of what we could do fits into one of these categories. This plan is expandable. This column here, AA, was last year's budget, and this is our budget request for this year, too. I'm going to ask James Hahn to go ahead and open the grants. So each of these is expandable, and you'll see within grants we have some highlights of what we're doing. And why don't you open up marketing now? I see it in bolding there too. So for everything within this plan, all the way up and down, it's expandable right down to the actual tasks that need done. The Gantt chart on your right takes us out. You can't see the heading, but takes us out 5 years toward some of our long-term goals. So let's go ahead and open, for one other idea, open education, which is the next one, and collapse marketing completely. So under education, so grants is the most important thing that we do, and we have not had an increase since 2018 in the grants. That's the money we give directly back to the community and to the artists and the art projects in the community. So we're asking for a modest, I think, 10% increase on that this year. But one of the other main things that we're doing with grants, like we are with all the divisions, is putting it together in a backbone of technology so that it's accessible, manageable, measurable. So our application process will be online, and we're already updating our website to be able to do that too. Under education, what's new is our professional enrichment seminars. By the way, Valerie Freeman, if you look, is overseeing the grants, and then Pamela Grau is overseeing the education. You can see our little areas on our pictures there too. So I just wanted to kind of give you an idea the depth of this. I'm not going to go into it all right now. I have discussed it in detail with city staff and have justified and made some changes. And but this is what we're going to ask. We need this money to do this plan. Quickly in technology, that's where we're going to move toward connecting ourselves with the community and all our constituents through a common backbone. Public art is an investment. We have to own what we own better. One, we do not know exactly what we own and what is public art and what is not public art and what is city property and what is city maintenance. So the first thing that we have to do that has never been done is a professional assessment of all the public art in Ojai that's owned by the city, so that we know is there what kind of care art needs care more than weed whacking and the lawn being mowed too. But we're going to get a professional assessment. We do have a contract with an excellent firm that does this, that has connections to Ojai, and the price comes out to about $160 per piece of public art for just seeing where we are to start with there. And then we move on from there. Communications, we want to make sure that we connect with our artist community. Art is something that can bring people together with disparate views. We want to make sure that city government could do a lot for the arts, but sometimes city government has to get out of the way too. So we want to be able to do it smart and know when to help and when to do it ourselves. So Nigel's is going to head our communications thing. We'll be doing proclamations and try to be present at every important art event that occurs in the valley. Commission Health, I advise you to do that. We decided to create, I patterned it after Rotary with club service. If you don't have a healthy group that's making government decisions, you're not going to do a good job. People have to know where they fit. They got to know what the plan is. They got to know what's in bounds, what's not in bounds, what's legal, what's not legal. So we're going to invest a little bit in education for our commissioners. We're going to consider going to 7 in the future as the plan unfolds. But we want to be flexible. We're going to have, or we can expand that, or you'll be able to do that. By the way, there'll be a link. I could provide individuals with it. It will be, once sort of finally approved, it will be on the website, and anyone will be able to access it. Certain people will be able to edit it. So another point is, you haven't seen a plan from the Arts Commission, which is one of our responsibilities to your council for over 4 years, and now you have. And the last one was just a sheet of bullets. All right, this is actually a document that will guide us through, lead us, make us collaborate, make us communicate. And further, as we complete these tasks, it'll be kept up to date. So next year's 5-year plan will just have another year added on at the end. We had to reduce this to an Excel spreadsheet to show it because I didn't want live internet here in the chamber. So that's all I had to say, is that thank you. I will say, even though it looks like we're asking for more money, we gave $7,000 back last year with the idea that it was going to be used for some maintenance and public art. Whether or not the Arts Commission does it or the city does it out of some other chunk, it needs done. You don't need obelisks falling on people or spending money on things that aren't worth anything either. And the only other big increase besides the public art was on the education side. So if you take just the $7,000 we gave back and $6,000 for the assessment of the public art, we're really just at about a 10% increase. And James has reviewed it, and I think he can answer any questions as well. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to put this together, and it's going to live hopefully long beyond my years.
Well, thank you, Smitty. Much appreciated. Thank you for being here and for all your hard work and supporting our arts culture and protecting it, too. We don't want anything falling on anybody. No. And thank you for this. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Any questions or comments from Nope.
No, we're not deciding anything about this tonight, are we?
No, and I will
So-
note, just for the record while we're talking about it, so we had taken the first draft of the budget to the budget committee before we got this. It was just a timing issue. But I've already met with the Arts Commission, and we've looked at how we can adjust the budgets to fund the items that they've requested. So after tonight, when we come back with a second revised budget, I would propose including that amount, and then council can direct otherwise, but.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I wondered, yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Smitty.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we will move on to public communication, and just a reminder to everyone, these are items not on the agenda, and because they're not on the agenda, we cannot discuss them. We appreciate your viewpoint and being here, and we can agendize them for the future. And public comment is 3 minutes, and after the end of the 3 minutes, you'll hear a chime. So please respect each other's time and in the spirit of equity, and stop talking when the chime sounds. There's no giving away of time to another speaker, and if you're in agreement with a previous speaker, please just say ditto. So council agreed to have a half hour at the beginning, so we will start with the first 10 cards that I received, and we start with the events and organizations. So first we have Jill Dolan, then Cindy Jones, and then Joy Wenslaff.
I'm hobbling. Hello, everybody. Oh, it's so happy to see you. First, I want to thank certain people here who made it over to see our production of Red, which was, I think, fantastic. I hope you all will agree. And we thank you for your support. Theaters are struggling, as you know, across the country. It's not any different here in our town, but we are committed to sallying forth with vigor. So our next show opens next Friday, May the 5th. It is Disappearing Act, and it's by Peter Fox, who was with me a while ago, but he has disappeared to go to rehearsal. So these things must be done. So he is both the writer and director of this show. He is a visual artist as well, and it is a play about magic. Actually magic, they do magic tricks in it, and mystery. There are a number of mysteries in this play, and it is not a magic show, so we are suggesting that it is not a good show for children, little children, teenagers, okay. Anyway, I just want to talk about our usual schedule. We have our opening night reception, which follows the opening night on May the 5th. On Saturday, May the 6th, Peter will be interviewed by Sammy Zollringer as part of the literary branch of the Art Center. And then the following Sunday, which is, I think, the 14th or something. Oh, no, don't quote me. We always have an audience, actor, director talkback session after the second matinee, and those are very popular and informative. And even if you've come to a different showing of the play, you're welcome to come and join in that conversation. So after that, our next show is Nonsense, our summer musical, and followed by Rope, which is just a really scary play for October. And we're closing out our season with A Christmas Story, the musical. Anyway, I encourage you all to come and see Disappearing Act. Opens May the 5th, and you know, I notice when you're there. Thank you very much. Would you like a card?
Thank you, Jill. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Red was fantastic.
Thank you.
Next, we have Cindy Jones, then Joy Wenslaff, and then Carl Hindman.
Hello. I don't have my lines memorized like she did. But good evening, and thank you for giving me this public forum to speak. Relax and breathe. I'm here for a different purpose tonight. Tonight, I'm here to bring attention to a beloved person, an Ojai living treasure, fine artist Bert Collins. Bert will turn 95 in June, and in celebration of this and to honor her fine art and mentorship to hundreds of people, the Ventura County creative artists are dedicating the spring show to Bert. The name of the show is Bert Collins, Our Inspiration. Bert will have several pieces in the show and is still painting daily. She's an inspiration to us all on so many levels. Bert, along with Gail Childress and Marta Nelson, started the Ojai Studio Artist Tour back in 1983. Then in 1996, she started the Ventura County Pastel Artist Group. She was also a board member of the Ojai Arts Commission. Over the years, Bert's art has been collected by many, and she still continues to produce beautiful pieces. Last summer, she had a show at the Art Center where she was featured and sold nearly all of her work. Many were sold even before she hung them. The last few years, the pastel dust that she used for her paintings, the pastel dust that accumulates when you paint in pastel had started to affect her COPD, so she had to stop using pastel and she switched to acrylic. But that didn't deter her. She switched to acrylic as her medium. So Bert's positivity and perseverance is a gift to us all. Since she changed to acrylic, many of us have been inspired to do so as well. In light of the change from pastel to acrylic, our name has been changed to Ventura County Creative Artists in order to accommodate a wider variety of medium, including pastel, acrylic, watercolor, and oil. There'll be 25 members of the group participating in the show, which is Saturday and Sunday, May 6th and 7th, from 11 to 4 in Bert's West Hills Gallery at 1545 Kuyama Road in Ojai. And I hope you will all come and see our show and meet Bert. And if you already know her, she'll be delighted to see a familiar face, and she'll light up your day. So come on out and catch the Bert vibe. You won't regret it. I'm going to leave some of these postcards at the front door, so there'll be some as you exit today. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Much appreciated. Next, we have Joy Wensloff, then Carl Hindman, and then Larry Steingold.
Hi, I guess I should start here. Hi, I'm Joy Wensloff, and I'd like to make a comment about what happens in a situation that's come up. I was very disturbed and disappointed about what happened at the city council meeting in the latter part of March. This is when an item that was clearly on the agenda summarily moved to late in the meeting. I am referring to the second portion of the public comments that was to take place immediately after the first business item on the agenda. Betsy initiated this change by saying that there was a man named Steve who drove 3 hours to get here and had been waiting to speak about the ATP project. Therefore, Betsy said that she was moving to push the public speaking portion towards the end of the meeting, and that motion passed. Those who were ready to speak at that time hung around a while and then finally left, which occurs a lot of the time when things get delayed. So there were no public speakers in the room when they were finally permitted to speak. My inquiries found that there were only 3 speakers who had been pushed aside. A better decision would have been to realize that it was only going to take 9 more minutes to let these 3 people speak, rather than to make them wait a very long time. This was an inconsiderate action, not only by Betsy, but also by the city council members who voted for this change. This is now twice in the last few months where this has purposely been moved, the public comment section, to the end of the meeting, which is very disappointing for all of us that have to wait for quite a long time. So we're going to be watching to see if this happens again. If so, we will be back insisting that there be no time limit at the beginning of the meeting so that all the speakers are permitted to speak at that time. I appreciate you listening, and thank you.
Thank you, Joy.
May I comment, Mayor? Joy, I want to apologize. I agree that we didn't handle that as well as we could. I wish, in retrospect, I was in favor. I seconded the motion that Steve, the consultant, should be able to speak. But at that point, in my opinion, what we should have done is told the people that were online that it would be several hours, could be several hours before you would be allowed to speak. And I agreed there is a better way to handle it, especially when there's just a few. And perhaps we need some flexibility, that it's not a hard, fast rule, about 30 minutes. And we'll make a point, I'll make a point to bring it up with the council, and I do apologize. I think we all feel that we could have handled it better.
Well, I appreciate your
And thank you for
consideration.
speaking out. We need to hear that and clear the air.
Thank you, Joy. I
Thank you.
appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was gonna just point out, I think I recommended doing that because of the ATP and the $1 million project. So
yeah.
blame where it's due, and we'll try to do better, so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joy.
Yeah.
Super.
And I would just have a comment that the ATP consultant was paid a lot of money. So, I mean, he didn't drive 3 hours in an altruistic move, which is why I voted no. He could have waited another 10 minutes. So I think we also need to consider, who we're deciding can wait, if it's the public versus a paid consultant. And so, I think that should be a consideration as well. Thank you.
Next, we have Carl Hindman, and then Larry Steingold, and then Kitty Bartholomew.
Hi, I'm a 20-year resident of the Ojai Valley, and I have a graduate degree from UC Berkeley, and I worked in finance for 40 years. But I'm not going to speak about finance tonight. I want to talk about something that's been very hot on my mind the last 3 weeks only, and that is shoplifting. I've been watching videos, YouTube videos about what's going on in San Francisco and Portland, and I'm not happy with what I'm seeing. And you may have already addressed this in the past, so if this is something that you've heard before, that's fine. I see that there's an out-of-control epidemic of shoplifting throughout California. My daughter works in San Francisco. I've been up there to see what's going on. It's never too soon for us in Ojai to address these issues. The videos show that the perpetrators do not appear to be of any one race or one economic background. In San Francisco a couple of years ago, I think a year ago, they did a sting operation that showed that many of the stolen items were being fenced to organized individuals who then resell the items through Amazon, eBay, and flea markets. I've been going up there for years and years, and I used to live there, and it's unbelievable. I think if you guys haven't seen the videos, it'd be excellent for you to see them. And the point of me bringing that up is not that we're San Francisco, but I want to make sure that we're looking at all of our options to make sure that it doesn't happen here. When Prop 47 passed in 2014, it reduced shoplifting from burglary, which is a felony, to a petty theft, which is a misdemeanor, if the amount is less than $950. And I watched as people walked into the Walgreens up there and walked out with bags, and nobody's doing anything. It's happening in Oxnard. My wife had an experience in I believe it's a Walgreens in Oxnard. So it could possibly move up here, so I want to make sure we're looking at this. And I called one of my friends who owns the Westridge Market, and I said, is shoplifting on the increase? And he said, definitely. I asked David if I could use his name, and he said, fine. So it's what happens. What I'm seeing happening is that as the shoplifting increases, these businesses are being hurt. Their costs go up. And if you notice what happened in San Francisco, the Whole Foods was open for a year and it closed. And the Safeway. I remember in 1978, I visited the Safeway in Fisherman's Wharf. It was a beautiful store. It just closed. What are the reasons? Safety of the employees, shrinkage, which is theft, and operational losses.
Thank you very much, Carl. Next, we have Larry Steingold, then Kitty Bartholomew, and then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Larry Steingold. I would like to thank you all for being involved with rent stabilization, housing, traffic, what have you. But right now, I think the city's at a crossroads regarding financial capacity and be able to pay for all the things everybody wants. We all want bicycle paths. We want 10 feet of concrete. We want trash picked up. We want all these things. We have a budget of $16 million.
Larry, we do have, the budget is on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I thought it was just for discussion for the.
No, it's the number 3, I think.
Oh.
Okay, do you want to wait?
Sure, I can switch gears.
Okay.
Not a problem.
I know you can.
There's
We know you can, Larry.
There's plenty of things, right, there's plenty of things here. Yes, people have said to me, gee, you come here for shits and giggles, and I'm sorry, and I don't. I would rather stay home and watch a movie. Okay, my job is I'm a constituent. I love living here. It's your job to make the city run, day-to-day basis, not create issues, not create problems, but solve problems in a financially, I won't use the word money because that's in the future, right? In a intelligent manner. You're well-intentioned amateurs because you're not professional doers. You care about what you do. You care about the town. Mr. Vega is the professional city manager here. It's his job to make sure the numbers work. It's his job to try to tell you we cannot continue on a path where everything is deferred, where the roads are getting worse, where Bryant is a disaster. I don't even know when that's on the list, and that's a third of a mile, right? So you have to start looking at future ways, and I don't think the budget's about money here. How about future monies? That's not on the budget. How about we need more money? Okay, we get 1 million people a year here. They don't leave enough money for the roads. They don't leave enough money for Libby Park toilets. They don't leave enough for the pension. We have a roof that I have no idea what's going to happen at Boyd. Is the roof going to go before the floor goes, or is the floor going to go before the roof goes? Is there mold in the roof? Are they going to red tag the roof? Okay, so all these things have to get done. So when you do look at the thing I won't mention, all right, please be cognizant of this is on you, okay? Because you can only get money from real estate taxes, which is nothing. You get money from sales tax, which is sure, let's charge them from Wednesday to Sunday and not have it for the locals. And let's have the TOT. Oh, and the cannabis tax. I don't know where else you're going to get more money, because then you also have the rent stabilization, and there's money going to be funded there. And the way the law's written, it's got to get straightened out because it's going to be a mess. And lawsuits, that's the next comment, so I won't say anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Kitty Bartholomew, then Jeffrey Starkweather, and then Colin Jones.
Hi, guys. This is really fun for me. I've been here since, early, and I just love learning and hearing. It's been a really, really interesting meeting. I had no idea all that you've involved in here. I'm pretty new to this. But again, my name is Kitty Bartholomew. I've lived here for about 15 years. The first couple of years, I rented a cottage, and the cottage is among the flowers, which is interesting because I know it's been in the newspaper. And then for about the last 12 years, I've just lived a couple blocks away. I've always read the newspaper. I retired here. I found my bliss here. My family and I don't call it Ojai, we call it Oz. And my dog's name is Dorothy. But anyway, I love this place. And I've never really been an activist or been involved in anything like the city council. But I have read the newspapers a lot, mostly for finding out what restaurants or the theaters. I've been involved in the theater in town. And the yard sales. I'm crazy about the yard sales and the estate sales. But I really started reading the newspaper on a regular basis around the election time. I found it to be really extraordinary and provocative. And so, my neighbors and friends and I, we talked a lot about it, and it was quite interesting things to read about. And I started reading more and more in the Ojai Valley News. I wouldn't spend a lot of time formally reading those kind of things. And then I thought, okay, I need to be engaged. I need to be a little bit more engaged and find out who's on first, because I really don't know any of you guys, personally. But, so I really want to do that, and I think a lot more people want to do that. So I started spending some time going through, trying to learn about the city and trying to figure out more about the various commissions and things that you guys are all involved in. And I realized how difficult it is to try and navigate your website. So, Mr. Vega, I know as a city manager, I didn't know you were the city manager. I was wondering who the city manager was. There was, in fact, a city manager. So I didn't find your name there, but so I thought, I'm going to Google Ojai City Manager, and then, of course, your name came up. And then I thought, okay, what about a city attorney? So I couldn't find city attorney, but then I Googled Ojai City Attorney, and then your name came up. I guess the point being is that I think it would be really, really wonderful and helpful if the website was able to consist of everybody that is a volunteer, an elected official, anybody who's involved in the city, that the public is able or encouraged to contact if they say you wanted to buy a plot at the cemetery or something. I mean, how would you do? What would you do? I wouldn't know. But I think that these are the kind of things that should be readily available on our website. I think it should be. And not only that, but, speaking of the Ojai Valley News, maybe they could have an insert, or there could be something that would be in the mail that we could put on our bulletin board, that would be there so that we all know who's on first and who to call, and that sort of thing. So basically, that's all I wanted to say. So thank you for letting me be here.
Thank you, Kitty.
Mayor, can I
sure.
just quickly, timing could not be better. It's almost like I paid for that.
I know, he planned it.
So we, at the end of the agenda today, I was going to announce that we are launching our new website on this weekend. And mostly what we're going to ask everybody is to be our test audience, and over the next week, check it out next week and start sending, shoot us an email or a comment about what works, what doesn't work, what you like, what you don't like. But we are launching that after many, many years of the same website this weekend. And then just another chance for a plug, we have our My Ojai app as well for people who have smartphones, where you can also send contacts or emails to us through that app. So both of those are available, will be available by the end of the week. So.
Great news. All you had to do was show up, Kitty. See? Who knew? Thank you. All right. Next we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Colin Jones, and then Robin Gerber.
Good evening, commissioners, council members, mayor, staff, citizens. By the way, I think this is great because I get calls all the time asking me, where can I find these things? Because everyone knows I'm someone who finds everything. So yeah, I think it would be helpful to make it easier. I wanted to follow up on our great meeting we had last week on Tuesday with the joint staffs, and we had such a in-depth discussion, but I want to follow up on two things because they were kind of left hanging, and maybe we could follow up on it. One was Mr. Whitman made that interesting suggestion about a element related to tourism and being compatible with a small town, and I wasn't exactly sure where he was going with that, but I think there is something here that is very specific. It's called sustainable tourism. It's called ecotourism. It's called green tourism. I'm going to hand something out about it, and I will read this to you. This is from Monterey County. When our community has long been a leader in sustainable practices, our organization sought to educate visitors on how to travel responsibly. A successful tourism economy hinges upon a careful balance between providing visitors with an inspiring experience they desire while preserving and maintaining the quality of life of the residents. They have a thing called Sustainable Moments. They won an award. Encourages guests to respect the beautiful destination that many of us call home, to stay safe during their trip, and to leave no trace by being mindful of our environment. I think that's somewhat what we're talking about, obviously traffic and so forth. And so there are elements in land use plans that are sustainable tourism. but normally it's part of economic development. And I have two examples, Santa Paula and what's the other city? San Clemente, that have economic developments that are only like 10 pages. So they're really broad outlines, because we also talked about the need to bring in manufacturing or stuff like that into our industrial park. But we don't really have a clear idea of what we could attract to Ojai. So it'd be fairly easy, I think, to put together a economic development element that would focus on those two things, focus on expanding our business and making our tourism less intrusive to ordinary people. And to me, the model is you drive into Ojai, you park your car, and you never have to use it again. And there are communities that focus on doing that. So I hope we could maybe look at that as a way to go with this issue that was raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Colin Jones and Robin Gerber, then Jeff Schneider.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I'm Colin Jones. I live in the East End. I'm here to speak on a couple of subjects. First, the ATP. I'm really concerned about it, and where do you start? You know, I'd need 3 hours really to give it justice, not 3 minutes. Question, do the citizens of Ojai want it? And do you care? You admit the cost of the city is at least $2 million more than the grant will cover, and because of that extra infrastructure projects will be delayed. So then how can you consider that the city, which apparently is almost $5 million in the hole for pension funding, and way behind on deferred maintenance, and so far the delay in street paving alone has added $1 million to the cost. You yourself, Mayor, said in the March 28th meeting, many of the roads were at a tipping point. If the inn hadn't opened back up in April 2021, we would have been without reserves. So what happens if we have another disaster? You also said that the ATP was supposed to be finished, I believe, in 2018, but we had COVID. Well, COVID didn't come along till 2020. So the ATP should have been completed 2 years by then. So we're supposed to believe that a council that couldn't get it done before can manage it now with a shortened timeline and rising costs? Councilman Whitman was so concerned about the overruns that he did attempt to abstain in the vote at first. So maybe more attention could be paid to his concerns. I wonder what happens if we start this project but are unable to finish because of rising costs. So that's my first one. The second one is an old sore, the REACH code, or whatever it's called these days. I am joyful for the common sense and support of citizens' rights shown by the Ninth Circuit Court in overturning the City of Berkeley's gas ban. I hope this sends a strong message to the present council members that your job is to keep the city running and plan for a better future, rather than what has been done, which is to spend 3 years virtue signaling with one hand and taking our rights away with the other. 3 years spent and only one home affected, while the potholes got deeper. How much difference did that make to the climate? One home. I think it was a waste of time and energy. How much staff time was used? And for what? The time and money could have been spent on almost anything, like the homeless problem or affordable housing, which I don't think most of you want anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Next, we have Robin Gerber, then Jeff Schneider.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm about a month past COVID, so I apologize, but I still have a dry cough. $29,870.12. That's the amount of city check number 75791, made out to the law firm Shute, Mahaly, and Weinberger.
This item's on the consent calendar, Robin.
I'm sorry?
This is general public comment. That item's on the consent calendar. Do you want to make a comment on that
I'm going to
item?
be pulling that item.
Oh, I didn't know that. I missed that part.
Oh, I didn't announce it yet. We haven't
Oh,
gotten to the
okay.
consent.
You want to
calendar.
wait, but it's on,
I didn't read your mind.
it's on the consent calendar. Do you want to wait and make your comment at that time?
I'd rather not. Is there any reason?
Well,
I can't?
because this is general public comment and
It is a general public.
But that item is on the agenda, on the consent calendar.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So,
Oh,
do you want to wait?
Okay. Well, I guess you're
Okay.
telling me to wait.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right.
Okay, next we have Jeff Schneider.
Council, citizens,
I don't know.
my comments tonight are directed to Councilman Rule. Full disclosure, I don't know you. I haven't had a conversation with you. I did shake your hand once. When you were running for city council, I don't think you had an inkling about what was awaiting you just around the corner. You won your election, and then the closed curtain got opened, and that revealed the secret workings of a corrupt political apparatus, disguised by innocent faces and well-meaning slogans whose intentions were carefully crafted to win elected power. Later, once the power was achieved, their plan was to slowly but methodically recreate Ojai in their own ideological image. We still don't know ultimately what their plan is, though we can attempt to connect the dots by what their actions have revealed. I won't speculate further. You took a brave and courageous stand when you chose to not protect their nefarious charade. You put yourself in the direct line of fire, announcing that you would not play ball. It was the action of a first responder, Leslie. You acted out of a sense of duty to protect. We owe you a sincere debt of gratitude. You not only protected yourself from their deception, but you protected all of us that revere truth and honesty. I'm sure you felt the weight of the loyalty of the citizens who voted for you as well. There are many of us out here that see you, Leslie, and understand the sacrifices you have made to fulfill your duty. We see that you have had much to face: slander, bullying, hostility, threats of being sued, but you took a principled stand. It must be lonely a great deal of the time, but I want you to know that there are many of us out here who are in this fight with you to protect the character of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, we will take the rest of the public comments after our first discussion item. So we will move on to discussion. And just a word to the council about our structured communication. As we saw in the joint meeting with the Planning Commission, people get very excited to communicate, which is wonderful, and ask questions or comment about what's being said. So it's quite understandable that we'd want to jump in and share our thoughts. In order, though, to run an efficient and fair meeting, please remember, though, to get the acknowledgement from the chair before you speak. The reason we do this is because there's a queue, and I, as the chair, am constantly maintaining that. Because you're not doing that, you may not be aware that there are others who are quietly waiting to speak. So if you'd like to speak, please make eye contact with me and lift your hand to get in the queue. We saw in the joint meeting with the Planning Commission how important that was. So if you speak out of turn, I'm going to gavel you to go back to the queue out of fairness. And if you have a comment or a question, please write it down and wait your turn. Of course, I'm sure that we don't cut the line in the movie theater or the grocery store, so let's maintain that here. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on. Yeah. Yeah.
I do have a comment on what you just said. There are moments when it is appropriate. There has to be some space for spontaneity. And if a council member whose turn it is says it's okay for somebody else to respond first, there are going to be moments in order to have an intelligent dialogue that there has to be room for that.
Sure,
We're
sure.
not children.
No,
we're
I agree.
adults.
I agree. And if somebody would like to let you go ahead, I'm just saying there is
Yes.
a queue that that
Yeah,
is happening.
I
Right.
understand
Okay.
that. Thank you. I
Thank-
just wanted to make sure.
Okay, sure.
That there's some
Leslie.
space for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've said this before, and I think it bears repeating, that this is the only time that we as a body get together and discuss things because of the Brown Act. So there is some sort of free-flowing conversation at some points, I think, that's necessary. Just because we don't ever get together and are able to discuss any of these items as a collective body. And that doesn't mean that we don't queue up, but it's just really important that people understand that while we would like this to be a board of directors meeting or a business meeting, it is also the only time we can speak together on any issue. And so it has its own life because of that, in my opinion.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. We just need to take turns.
That's why you have a gavel. It's
Yes,
so
I
fun to
do.
bang it.
All right, we will move on to discussion item number 1, the CalPERS retired annuitant position. James, we have a staff report?
Yeah, very brief, thank you, Mayor. And this is a sort of strange item for us. It's not how we normally do our agenda, but it's basically a discussion item by technicality. So otherwise, we would have done it as consent, but we have to technically do it as a discussion item because it involves a CalPERS retiree, and there's laws requiring us to do those a specific way. So it's just some explanation of why the agenda is a little different this meeting. But very simply, we hired Lindy Palmer as our interim assistant public works director. She was a recent retiree from the city of Camarillo through the CalPERS system, and she's done a great job. And I am now recommending we appoint her as the interim public works director. The only drawback is because she's a CalPERS retiree, we can only hire. She can only work 999 hours a year. So we still have our public works director position listed. We still would have recruitments, but Lindy has graciously offered to fill the position as much as she can in the meantime, and she's done a great job with it, leading projects, and I recommend that the council approve that appointment and adopt the resolution to approve the appointment.
Thank you, James. Any questions from council? Susan,
When
yeah.
you say, did I hear you say 999 hours a year? So how much is that a month?
Yeah, and Matt just reminded me it's actually 960. We have different limits for different categories, so it's 960 hours a year. I think it works out to something like off the top of my head, it was like 22 hours or something a week. Maybe a little less than that, 20 hours a week. But with, vacations and things like that, then we're able to get more hours other weeks. So obviously the long-term goal is to get a full-time public works director. But in the meantime, Lindy's done a great job and has done more than we probably could have asked for under those circumstances. So.
Okay, thank you. That makes
Thank you,
sense.
Jim. Any other questions? All right, we will move on to public comment. We have one public comment, Stuart Griffith. Do you want?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Stuart Griffith, resident of Ojai for 35 years or so. And, there was a recent court case that was just settled in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that I wonder how it affects the recently passed natural gas hookup ban. General comment right now?
No.
Is that what it was?
No.
Oh, did you call my name or no?
Yeah, for the item number 1, do you want to talk about that?
Oh, number 1, the pot thing? Or is that the budget? Because the number 1 was like a discussion item. I thought the pot thing was number 1.
No, this is CalPERS retired annuitant position. Do you
No.
want to go on?
I had a comment on the pot thing. What
Okay.
number is that?
That is number 4.
4?
Okay.
Can you change my card to 4,
I
please?
absolutely will.
Let me know when the pot comes up.
Any public comments online?
make this stuff up.
No raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. All in favor? Do we need to vote on this? A roll call? Okay.
Yeah, because we're spending money.
Okay, agreed. A roll call, please, Weston.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Lindy. Thank you, James. All right, we will move on to the remainder of public comment before we move on to the consent calendar. First, we have Marion Niglio, then Klaus-Peter Fleischman, and then Renee Roth.
This is sort of off the cuff, but we're worried about yard waste when we just created an environmental disaster with all the masks that we just threw into the environment and all the medical waste, but, you know, whatever. I wish to address 3 items this evening. First, a public service announcement regarding where one should report adverse events from COVID vaccines. Second item, the number of vaccine injuries reported to the CDC. Third item, the document titled Notice to Stores, which I will leave on the table at the door, along with the copies of the Constitution. First, anyone experiencing COVID vaccine adverse events should have their doctors report those injuries to the vSafe data website, vsafe.cdc.gov. Second, the number of adverse events reported so far are as follows. 7.7% of COVID vaccinated people had to seek medical care from COVID vaccine injuries. 1.3 million COVID vaccine recipients missed work or school resulting from vaccine injuries, and 25% of COVID vaccinated people became severely ill after receiving the vaccine. Third item I will address, the document titled The Notice to Stores Imposing Illegal Emergency Mandates records the U.S. federal laws and the California state laws that were violated by businesses, but not limited to businesses, including the Ojai Film Festival, the Ojai Music Festival, and the Ojai Family Shelter. The most egregious violation was California Business and Professions Code 2052, practicing medicine without a license. Requiring someone to wear a mask or receive an emergency use authorized shot is a medical intervention. Unless you are a licensed medical professional, you have no authority to recommend such a practice. Further, a surgical mask and all COVID-19 shots are designated by the FDA as a medical device. You have no legal authority, responsibility, or liability to require that of either your customers or your employees. No emergency order supersedes established law. Any health order related to mask wearing or shot receiving is unlawful and unenforceable by law. Remember that no president, vice president, governor, mayor, city council, school board, business owner, or chamber of commerce can make laws, nor can executive orders, city ordinances, or store policies violate existing federal or state laws. This city council and many businesses in Ojai have much to answer for. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Next, we have Klaus-Peter Fleischman, then Renee Roth, and then Deborah Moe.
I brought some items with me, but I'm not going to speak on pickleball, just that you know. I just came from the pickleball courts before I attended the meeting.
Are you going to hit us with it?
No, it's just that you know, I'm also a lifelong tennis player. And yeah, Klaus-Peter Fleischmann, German citizen, green card holder since over 35 years, degree in business, education, and divinity. And here I am, also saying hello, Ojai, International City of Peace. We want that the city embraces this designation more actively. I hope you can do that at some point. So I'm just making this as a comment. We make our presence known. We went to the farmers market. I don't know how many of you had the opportunity to go. It was delightful. I mean, one of the best things I've ever experienced since I live in Ojai. So I live on Brown Avenue since 3 years. So moved from Connecticut. I have 2 minutes. I have a minute that will be a bit serious at the end, but I'll keep the light stuff going. So this is about that. I also am working with the Interfaith Council, which is developed quite nicely. And yeah, so what I wanted to bring up is, as an educator, I spent 25 years working in the schools. My main point here today is safety. And it was drilled into us. I had the unfortunate experience that my best friend's 2 children were in the Newtown school shooting and was very directly affected by that whole situation. And we were constantly drilled when I was in the public school about that. I'm just bringing this to how important safety is. Well, my point is I live on Brown Avenue, and it's not safe for the children, for the people who walk their dogs. Downtown is really not safe for bicycles, for pedestrians, for people who have low mobility. So I give you some homework as an educator. Each council member should think about something individually that can improve the safety, especially in downtown, for the people in those categories. And I'll come back next time and I'll ask you. And then you can talk among yourself. That's your homework. And yeah, in closing, I think we should not be like Newtown happened, right? And then everything else got done. We should not have to wait until somebody gets killed downtown because all this nonsense that there's no good safe crossing and no good bikes. I ride a bike everywhere. There's no bike path anywhere. And they're not well maintained. There's a lot of issues we have to address. So please, I love Ojai. I think this is a great opportunity. This is not, let's do it now while we can and make this Ojai as wonderful and even more wonderful as it is. So let's make now Ojai, new slogan, slow high. Okay? 20 miles would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus-Peter.
I have a quick question for Klaus. You didn't mention the specific risk on drown. You said people were in danger.
Oh, yeah.
And so I just wanted to let you to, tell us what it is that you're concerned is a high level of danger so that we can.
Well, the thing is, most people in Ojai do the right thing. I mean, people are very considerate, people are polite, but every day, we have a special needs child right next to it. He's out there with the garbage collecting, and there's maybe 5 or 6 speeders a day. But it only takes one. And when I back out of my driveway, I mean, more than almost every other day, somebody just almost swipes me. They go 40 miles an hour through Darn Avenue. I mean, the upper Drown got speed bumps. We want them too. We want them everywhere. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus-Peter. Next, we have Renee Roth, then Deborah Moe, and then Len Claife.
So I'm going to try to say ditto, but what item are we on?
We're on general comments.
Oh, we're on general comments? We opened it up instead of at the back of the meeting?
We did one item, so we take a half an hour and then we do one.
Oh.
Go back to the rest.
Oh, okay, so I get to do my general comments. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good evening, members of the council and staff. And Greg Coleman, nice to see you. We haven't seen you before.
He's enjoying it.
Yeah. So as far as general comments, thank you for opening it back up. I appreciate that. So I'm going to try to get into 3 things, and I've got 2 minutes. One thing, James, I would like to say thank you very much for giving us a new website. I tried to prepare and understand the budget because we have a general fund presentation I know you're going to do, and I like to be prepared, and I like to go see what the current budget numbers are. And when I went into the city's website, I see a document that is a PDF, and it's about 200 pages long, and I have to try to download the 200 pages long document to try to find certain schedules that I'm looking for. It's very antiquated and old, and I'm really hoping that you can upgrade the city's website to include the general fund in one section of the website, the capital improvement project fund in another section of the website, the reserve policy in another section of the website, so that when we as the public are trying to understand how the city is managing or running things, we have access to the resources that we know you should and will be following. So that's my first request. The second one has to do with Rachel. You and I agree the city doesn't have a climate action plan, and I heard at the last combined council and planning commission meeting, you really wanted to do a climate action plan. I used to think the city needed a climate action plan, but I have changed my mind. It's going to be way too expensive and take way too much time. It's probably going to cost $150,000 to $200,000 or more. And in my opinion, it would be money better spent if we added the climate action element to the housing part of the plan that we already have. And in terms of that's what Ventura County did. Ventura County, they still have a climate action plan, and they developed a climate action plan as part of other elements of their general plan. So I'm just trying to get there faster and quicker and more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Next we have Deborah Moe, then Len Claife, then John Drucker.
Good evening. Deborah Moe, lived here nearly 40 years. And I'm here to talk about something positive, and I wrote a poem today about it, and it's entitled Potholes. The roads we travel are bumpy and old, with many a pothole to behold. I ride a scooter and fell in one day, today, as traveling about on my way. It wasn't too deep and wasn't so wide, so I continued along the road on my ride. There's a bright side of this little story, and I promise you'll see it won't be boring. A couple of years ago, when COVID was in the park, I spoke with Mr. Vega regarding the roads. And what I'm here to say today is that I am so impressed with our city crew regarding the potholes, because I know the number well, I know the extension well. I call at least every week to report several new potholes. And I'll tell you what, our city crew is on it. I mean, sometimes we have to wait for them to get the material. As was today, I called. There's 3 pretty good-sized potholes on Grand between Lyon and Montgomery. And on my little scooter, I hit one, and it wasn't real pleasant, but I didn't go down. But I just wanted to just tell the city crew that they matter, that I think they do a swell job. I live by Clough Park. I see them over there. Francisco is just, they do a really good job. So that's what I'm here to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Much appreciated.
Eric, if I
Yep.
could add, yeah, so we do have a really good crew right now, so thank you for acknowledging them, and I need to acknowledge them more. Francisco, Joseph, and Juan, and Scott, and Carmen, and now if I forget someone, I'm in trouble. I think I got it all. But anyway, so we have a great crew. Also, just to the point, if you do see potholes, because we know, we're blessed with the rain, but the unfortunate part is weeds are sprouting like crazy and potholes are forming like crazy. So we are working on the paving. We're planning to bring that to council soon to move forward. But in the meantime, we are filling potholes because we know that the problems are being created from the rain. So you can report those to us by calling us or by using the My Ojai app. So thank you for that.
Much appreciated, James. Okay, Len Claife, then John Drucker, and then Stuart Griffith.
Good evening, Leonard Claife. I live in the city of Ojai. I decided to speak at this portion of the meeting after listening to the Harrison report. Something that's come to mind, I've thought about a bunch of times and haven't said anything. The trash cans that the city has in front of the post office, in the park, and several other locations, there are twin trash cans. One's marked waste, one's marked recycle. The recycle bin's got a circle opening, which seems to indicate that the only thing you want in that are cans and bottles. That's contrary to what we think about as recycling if you things that go into the recycling bin. So is paper allowed in those things? Only cans and bottles? Can you put up a picture of the things that can go into the recycle bin so we know what we should use it for? I think that would be helpful and help bring us into compliance with all these state rules and regulations. Moving along, a couple of yes. Green tourism, great way to promote the city of Ojai. I live on North Fulton Street, which is 1 block over from Drown. The speeders that don't speed up Drown speed up Fulton Street. If you read the crime reports in the Ojai Valley News, there are maybe 3 or 4 things that the police investigate each week. I don't know how we spend so much money doing that, but it would be good if we put them out in the streets and ticket people if they're going 40 miles an hour on Drown. I'd feel much better about paying all that money if they were like saving people, as opposed to doing whatever they are doing, no offense. And last but not least, I want to thank the city, the businesses, the public accommodations, and everybody who acted in a sane way by following CDC advice and requiring masks during an epidemic that killed 1 million Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Len. Next, we have John Drucker and then Stuart Griffith.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Drucker. I live on Creek Road and have my law office just a block away from here. And tonight I speak only on my own behalf. About 5 months ago, Simply Ojai filed a lawsuit against the city. 2 weeks later, the council was set to confer in closed session with the city attorney, about that lawsuit and that lawsuit only. But the mayor had other plans. She colluded with her friend and Simply Ojai's lawyer, Sabrina Venskis, to commandeer the meeting and persuade the council to hire a lawyer for the city, picked by Ms. Venskis, the lawyer suing the city. As former 3-time mayor Carol Smith described the mayor's behavior, it was like the farmer hiring the fox to guard the hen house. And now we are told we're paying the fox's hire $30,000. On January 24th, Councilmember Rule exposed the corruption she saw on her very first day on the job, while Mayor Sticks and City Attorney Matthew Summers both shouted down and shut down any further discussion of it. The mayor called the public outrage about her corruption a conspiracy theory and tried unsuccessfully to sue Ms. Rule, both to punish her and to prevent any further imaginary disclosures. Mayor Sticks then muzzled the public by moving public comments from the traditional beginning of the council session to the end at about 11 p.m. 1,500 people then petitioned the Ventura County District Attorney to investigate the council's numerous closed session violations. The DA did so and urged Mr. Summers and the city to record all future closed sessions moving forward. But Mr. Summers kept those communications with the DA secret, even from the council members, for a month. The city council finally considered the DA's request in closed session and ignored the DA's request. Instead, the council promised to host its own workshop to deal with future closed sessions while ignoring the numerous egregious violations of its recent past. But a workshop, which you haven't even yet put on an agenda, is no substitute for transparency. I speak for a lot of folks who really want you to comply with the DA's recommendations. So I ask you to please reconsider and start recording all closed sessions so that we don't have to waste precious time and resources monitoring you and any secret agendas. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, John. And just a correction, I never threatened to sue anyone, Councilmember Rule.
You had a motion that went to a vote, and if it were not for Rachel Lang's integrity, you would have won, and you would have succeeded in suing Councilmember Rule.
That wasn't what we were voting on, but.
Yes, it was.
Thank you,
no matter
John.
what you want to say about it, Madam Mayor.
Stuart Griffith?
Thank you. Stuart Griffith, resident of Ojai. Yeah, I'm just curious as to how the recent ruling by the Ninth Circuit Court, where they said that the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, it's a federal law, I guess, preempts any local regulations concerning energy use of natural gas hookups and appliances. So since that was passed just a month ago, I'm just wondering, wouldn't we need to bring that full circle and make an announcement to the public about what the future of the local ordinance would be? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
Mayor, do you have a comment, City Attorney, how we're going to handle that?
Sure. The Ninth Circuit, a panel thereof, decided in a decision released earlier this month that Berkeley's ordinance, which is similar to but not identical to Ojai's ordinance regarding natural gas infrastructure, violated a federal law that protects natural gas infrastructure. The ruling is final as to the City of Berkeley. It is not directly applicable to the City of Ojai, both because the City of Ojai is not a party to the lawsuit and because our ordinance is not identical to Berkeley's ordinance, although admittedly similar. We are analyzing the ordinance, the similarities of the ordinance, to assess Ojai's ordinance against this Ninth Circuit decision. I also expect that the City of Berkeley will appeal. I have asked the League of California Cities, who monitors these things, if we have word yet from Berkeley, whether they intend to appeal to the full Ninth Circuit or to them or to the federal Supreme Court. They have 30-ish days to file that appeal, so we are awaiting that decision before anything can return to this council. As that window, if the Ninth Circuit grants en banc review by the full Ninth Circuit, that is not just 3 judges but the entirety of the court, that often, but not always, stays the panel's opinion, subject to the en banc opinion granting review. Similarly, the U.S. Supreme Court, if they take the case, that does stay the Ninth Circuit's decision, unless the Supreme Court acts otherwise. So the situation is in flux, but we're aware of it, we're monitoring it, and we're waiting for a couple of those further actions, particularly to see whether Berkeley appeals or doesn't appeal, and then we'll return with a report to the City Council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Okay.
It's on hold until then, or is it implemented until then, until it's set? I guess so.
Well, the ordinance.
No final non-appealable decision affecting the City of Ojai is in place. Therefore, the City of Ojai's ordinance continues to be in place, unless further action of the City Council. There has been no such request to the City Council.
Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we have one raised hand. Becky, you have the floor. There we go. Go ahead, Becky.
Thank you. I had to figure out how to unmute tonight. Thank you, Weston. I just have to say, I am so entirely sick and tired of hearing these false allegations being alleged against our mayor and simply Ojai, all of whom have given tirelessly to this community with the best of motives and are some of the least unethical or unlawful people that I have ever had the privilege of having any kind of knowledge of. They're excellent human beings. And I'm sick and tired of these people repeatedly coming up here and continuing this smear campaign against these wonderful people when there is absolutely no basis for these assertions. The truth of the matter is Mayor Sticks did not collude with Sabrina Venskis to hire a friend of Sabrina's to represent the city. That is patently false. All that Sabrina did, as many attorneys do, is refer our mayor to 3 different companies, 3 different law firms who are well versed in civil and municipal law and who have worked with various organizations around our city in the past. She did not refer Mayor Sticks to any particular individual who is her personal friend or anything of the sort. And that is just so despicable. I want to spit nails. Furthermore, the person who needs to be observed in closed sessions is Leslie Rule. She is the person who is most likely the one who violated the Brown Act. Now, I'm not going to go into all of what I have studied and researched to come to this conclusion, but I hope that one of these days the truth is going to come out about this, because it is not the way it seems and not the way that John Drucker and Leslie Rule have painted it. And I am sick and tired of hearing people come here and on Facebook and social media with these despicable allegations that have no truth in fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Is that it, Weston?
That's all, Mayor.
Okay, all right. We will move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
I want to pull item 2C.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve everything
I'll move to
else?
approve the rest
Okay.
unless there's something else.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay, all right. We will, go ahead, Souza. 2C.
Okay, so item C is the city warrants, the expenses. And on page 2.5 of item C, there are payments, there's a list of payments in excess of $10,000. And then item 6 is a payment to the law firm Schut, Mihalv, and Weinberger for $29,870, which we can round out to $30,000.
Speak into this microphone, please.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry, I'll start over. Okay, we're on item C of the consent calendar. And on page 2.5, I identified that correctly, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
You will see a check summary of payments in excess of $10,000. Am I talking okay into the mic now? Yes. Okay, thank you for the reminder. Item 6 is a check to the law firm Schut, Mihaly, and Weinberger for $29,870. And that item has been under a lot of, the public has asked a lot of questions about that item. That refers to that, the lawyer, Miss Minor, who was during the first closed session, the newly seated council went into closed session after the first meeting, correct? In January. Newly seated, we went to our first closed session.
It was in December, not January, but yes.
December, thank you. In December. And during that meeting, Mayor Sticks brought up the need to hire an
Can I just remind council that we took an oath of office not to reveal what's in closed session, and revealing what is said in closed session is against the law. So this is why.
Yes, but
it's so I'd
okay.
like the
So
city
you can correct me if I'm. I want to give a little background and remain within the legal parameters.
So,
but there have been public comments about this item, so I want to clear up that this was a payment.
just one second, Mr. City Attorney, could you comment, because we need to protect the city and disclosing information.
But it's
closed
on,
session.
the item is on the agenda. The city owes the public an explanation for spending that amount of money that was not approved in an open session, and it was a very difficult session during which I asked.
We cannot talk about what's said in closed session.
Okay, well,
Mr. City Attorney,
in any
so
case,
let me jump in here.
we received
Hold on,
a
let me
public.
jump in.
It's not for future services, it's for the payment for what transpired, and I want the public to be assured that we are not hiring this law firm again in the future, if I can have that assurance.
So the check as reported in the warrant register to Shoot Mahaly and Weinberger for $29,000 and change is for all past services rendered by the firm since December through February regarding the Simply Ojai versus City of Ojai lawsuit. And the subject of the lawsuit, which was a CEQA challenge and a land use and planning and zoning law and MAP Act and other laws challenge to the city's approval of the Becker Development Agreement. That was the services for which the firm was retained. The check, as reported, covers the entirety of those services. There are no future payments coming from those services. This check is all of it. The council can hire any firm they want in the future. There's no present plans for staff to recommend hiring this firm again, but it's difficult to give a definitive forever statement because forever is forever. But there are no plans that I'm aware of at the moment to hire the firm for any other work. And staff does not anticipate that need, but it's obviously up to the council. The decision to hire the firm was made in closed session. That was lawful. The closed session was agendized to consider the Simply Ojai versus City of Ojai lawsuit. The discussion was and this is all sticking to what we can discuss, as acknowledged by the council previously, the firm was hired to provide legal advice on that subject. That was a unanimous decision of the city council. That was lawful. Services were rendered. Now comes the check to pay for those services. We're not expecting, there are no outstanding services, there are no outstanding invoices, there's no more money to be paid to the firm. Unless, of course, the council chooses in the future to hire them for something else. In the future, nothing is expected. The most important thing regarding any further conversation on the subject is the council's oath and state laws and commitments to each other are clear to not reveal the substance of the communications and the advice provided by Ms. Minner and the firm Shoot Mahaly and Weinberger. It is obvious what they were hired for. I've stated that plainly. They were hired to provide legal advice to the city regarding the Simply Ojai v. City of Ojai lawsuit and its subject, a legal challenge to the Becker Development Agreement with Ojai Bungalows and Ojai Greenhawk LLC and Ojai Bungalows. But we are not discussing the substance of the advice because that is protected by attorney-client privilege held by a majority of the city council and the Brown Act privileges held by a majority of the city council.
Wait, I have a question, but are we as city council members not allowed to see the invoice, the
Absolutely,
phone
there's been no
call
request
log?
made.
Okay, so I'm requesting a copy of that.
To clarify, we can give a council a copy of everything we have from the firm. We had received no request to date, except the prior request, which was fulfilled. So if there's a request, we can provide the council under privilege, not for public review, the invoice. If a Public Records Act request is made, a redacted copy of the invoice can be provided, redacting certain attorney-client privilege information. So I'm hearing a request for the council for that document. That can be provided for sure to the council.
A couple of points. When we first talked about this, I instructed and asked you to ask the law firm for a call record, a call log of all calls. I would like us to know if we got that, at which time you told me that, and this was not privileged, that the attorney had refused and said that it would come with the invoice. So I would like to follow up with that. The second thing is I would like to make a motion that the council now, at this particular point here, rescind the privilege of those closed sessions and discuss openly and transparently what occurred. So I am making that motion.
2 comments, if I may. Those in order. Yes, you asked me to ask the attorney for a call log. I conveyed the request. Their response was, no, I will not provide a detailed word-by-word call log, but I'll provide a memo, or the bill rather. I conveyed that to you by email. The full council is privileged is available to that as well. We can convey the invoice. The invoice includes, it's a standard attorney's bill. It does not have a complete call log. Council majority, as I also explained to you, can certainly ask Ms. Minner for a call log, and then we can have a discussion regarding whether she does or does not provide one, depending on her response with the council majority, which I was also clear would be required to ask for more than the bill. So as a step forward, I'd recommend that council will provide a copy of the invoice to the council, and then if there's majority direction from there on an agenda with majority direction, further requests for information beyond the bill can be made. Second, waiving the privilege is not on tonight's agenda. Tonight's agenda is regarding the approval of the warrant register, not any substantive item, to avoid further plain Brown Act violations and allegations thereof. That would have to be a future agenda item, but absolutely could be a future agenda item. The council has waived privilege in the past. It was in late 2015, and it was done in a closed session discussion. The council can consider that in closed session or in open session. I asked for council direction. Two members of the council can put it on the agenda. Obviously, any action would take majority vote.
I have a follow-up question. The amount is on the agenda.
Yes.
We know who it's from. None of that is in closed session. So my question to you, staff city attorney, is what can we speak about since it is on the agenda and we have discussed a certain amount of it? What right here, right now, can we discuss? We can discuss the amount. We know who it came from. We've discussed that. What can we discuss? What can we unprivilege right here, right now, given that we know the amount and we have some background that is knowledge on that item? It is an agendized item. We can vote something on it. I just simply...
The council's options are to approve the warrant register or disapprove the warrant register or partially approve the warrant register. That is it.
How do we discuss approving or not approving? How do we come to a decision if it can't be discussed?
The council cannot discuss the substance of the advice absent a majority waiver of privilege. That can be done on a future agenda item and cannot be done tonight, as that's not on the agenda regarding waiving privilege. The discussion can be about the warrant register item. That's what the item is, not to waive the privilege.
So
that can be done. I'm not done. That can be done, but on a future agenda.
Okay.
It takes 2 members of council to put it on an agenda, and it takes 3 members of council to vote to waive the privilege.
I understand that. I have a further question. How can we vote whether to approve it or not if we, as a council, cannot discuss what it entails and why we might want to approve it or not approve it? How is that a possibility to do? There must be, in order for us to make a decision, a way for us to discuss it.
If you want to discuss the substance of the legal advice, that would have to be done in closed session at a future agenda item, unless there was a majority vote to waive the privilege. So you have 2 paths forward. If you want to have it in a closed session discussion, it's approve the rest of the warrant register, continue that item, check number 75791, continue that check, and then have it discussed in closed session under threat of litigation, because if we don't, the check's already been paid, so it would be attempting to initiate litigation against the firm to reclaim the money. So that can be done in closed session. 2 members can put it on the agenda, and you would vote tonight to defer that check to that meeting. Option 2 would be an open session discussion. 2 members of council can put it on a future agenda to discuss both the warrant register item and consideration of waiving the attorney-client privilege that protects the substance of the communications. The path there is 2 members of council make the request, and tonight you would approve the warrant register minus check 75791. So there are 2 paths to accomplish the goal you've stated. They both require 2 members of council to put it on a future agenda, and they require 3 members of council to not approve that item tonight.
I would make that a motion in both cases.
Okay, we have comments from both Andy and Rachel. Can they take turns now?
Yeah.
Okay, Andy and then Rachel.
Mr. Summers answered what my question/comment was going to be, that the details of anything on the warrant register that's confidential can be discussed in private session or closed session.
Closed session.
Rachel?
Yes, it's my understanding that we are planning on having a workshop to openly discuss some of what happened, that it would be a moot point to put this on a future agenda item since we already have
Yes, that
plans
was-
for
yeah.
a public workshop that would offer answers to a lot of questions that the general public has. And so my question is, I know that we.
Yeah, that is on per the council's prior direction, the staff is planning a workshop on Brown Act and transparency issues. I don't think we have a date yet. We're trying to coordinate with the speakers. So I don't have a date to announce, but we are planning to coordinate that workshop. I know there's some debate regarding the subject of it, but I expect at this point that it will include both a backward-looking discussion of all of the events that have been discussed here and a future-looking discussion of whether or not to accede to the district attorney's request to record future closed sessions. So yes, that is on a future agenda, date uncertain.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I'd just like to say something. And because this is illegal to reveal what's in closed session, I have not responded to any of the assertions that have been made because it happened in closed session, and it's not legal. Excuse me, it's not legal to reveal that in open session until we have made a decision. So I appreciate your comments. I'm going to finish. And the other thing is disclosing information from closed session really does put the city's strategic process at risk. And so I really feel strongly that we need to take care of the city, protect it, and not put the city at any risk. So we can agendize for the future. We have a workshop coming. So
I would like to finish.
yeah, okay, we're taking turns because everybody gets a chance to speak. Okay, then Souza, then Leslie.
Okay. My motivation for pulling this item was I think the public wants to be aware of why this amount of money was spent. I'm also interested in protecting the city and accountability for how we spent money, which in my opinion was a mistake. And it's very important that we learn from our mistakes. So you may have a different opinion, but this was not what I wanted to do and also, when we get to the budget, I want to discuss these kind of items because we're spending money that does not need to be spent, in my opinion, and that's why I brought it up. Now, did I hear, Mr. City Attorney, did I hear you say that if we pull this item, I don't want to be sued by her. I just as soon approve everything. I feel like I want to call attention to this item. And my other question was, I thought that it was that if an expenditure was over $25,000, that the whole council had to approve it. Originally, it was
30,000.
How much?
In your first term, it was 25,000. Now it's 30,000.
Now it's 30,000 because it went from 23,000 estimate to 30,000. Okay, so what? I don't necessarily want to pull anything. I wanted to just explain that we have this is not for any future services. It's for a past mistake, in my opinion. And what did you say about the repercussions if we pull it?
So the check has already been issued. The warrant register, speaking not about this firm, but generally, the warrant register, it's a list of past checks that are paid.
Yes.
Presented to the council and the community for awareness and for the council to approve receiving and filing. It's not approving a stack of checks not yet mailed out. They're already been mailed and cashed. So if the council wanted to try to claw the payment back,
no, I don't want to do that.
That's initiating a lawsuit and complex and would need to be discussed in closed session.
I don't want to do any of that. I want to be done with this. I want there will be an opportunity to discuss this more. It sounds like I want accountability and I want us to learn from our mistakes. That's it.
Leslie.
Well, gosh. Let's see. First of all, yes, Rachel, we have most definitely agreed to have a workshop. We are unclear on what that workshop is going to look like. It is now 3 months and counting, and we don't have a date. So I think that there's a sense that at some point we need to say this is going to happen and we're going to talk about it. We just keep pushing it off. We can't move forward. We don't know what we want to talk about, all these kinds of things. So at some point, that game stops and we need to move forward. And we need to say, it was your suggestion that we have an open workshop, okay, talking about everything. And we agreed, at least 3 of us agreed, that it would be an open workshop talking about everything because it was needed for this city to be very clear on what had occurred. So I think that it's the time that is the problem. We keep saying we're going to do it, yet we don't. And now, we kept saying, wait till the warrant comes in, wait till we pay the bill. Well, it's happened, and still we have nothing on the books. And as far as, and I will say this, and I will not get into it, it is an interpretation that my divulging what I did was improper. I have actually spoken to the district attorney. It is an interpretation of the law. I don't know whether you would agree or not, Matt, but I know that it is. So, and I understand that Mayor Betsy would like to take the interpretation of the city attorney and say that I have broken the law. But I've spoken to attorneys, and it is at best a gray area, at best. And I have spoken to the DA about this, and you don't see any repercussions coming my way. So that having been said, that closes my comment.
All right, can we move on to
No, I'm just.
Don't we have to complete this? And
Wait, no, I want to make a comment.
Okay.
But because of the Brown Act, all I'm going to say is I object to everything that Councilmember Rule just said, because she's stating things as if they're a matter of law or some decision has been made, and that has not occurred. And I will say one thing. There is a legal process when you believe that the Brown Act has been violated, and that legal process was not followed in this case. And instead of following process and having people make decisions about how the Brown Act applies, there was a wholesale disclosure to where we now have members of the public reading a legal memorandum from a law firm to us, telling us what they feel about that legal memorandum. And that is really wrong.
That shall come up in, let's have a discussion about it when
Can you
we
bring
have
it
an
back?
open.
Can
I'm
you
sorry,
bring
yeah.
back to the chair?
I just would like to respond. I said it was interpretation. I did not say, that's what I said. I hope you heard that this was interpretation of the law, which is why you have attorneys who go to court and they fight over interpretations of the law. So let's be really clear about what I said and what I didn't say. To that end, I am just going to leave it there. It's an interpretation of the law. That's what it is. And I have spoken to the DA, and you do not see me getting any kind of cease and desist. So thank you for that.
Rachel.
Yeah,
And you don't see any?
Rachel, and then.
I just have one thing to say, and that is, anytime we talk about this subject, it is very uncomfortable because, for the whole public, I hear about this, people email me about this, because it shows a dysfunction in all of us working together. And I think the public workshop is the only way this is going to happen, because there are several of us here who aren't saying what happened in that closed session, because we value the provision that the Brown Act offers for us to have closed session meetings. When we're talking about legal issues, lawsuits, that could cost us even more money. And so I'm going to ask my colleagues that we please refrain from saying anything else about this until we have the public workshop.
Thank you. Andy.
There's one additional issue that, we need to address, and that is when we as a board or as a council have a vote, that's the vote of the council. And while you may disagree with it, it's still the vote of the council. And there are legal procedures for you to contest what, we did by vote of the council. You can ask for reconsideration or any other method. But, to talk about, what we did in this meeting as a mistake, I think is not good for the public. It's not good for majority rule, which is the, rule that we have in this city, in this state, in this country. And I don't think that any mistakes were made, but we're confined to explain what we did, because the law tells us that what we did and the explanation for what we did is confidential.
All right, let's move on to public comment. First, we have Bill Miley.
Do we have to finish the vote?
We have to take public comment on consent item 2C before there's a vote.
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
I believe there are public comment cards on 2C.
Bill Miley, Larry Steingold, and then Robin Gerber.
We got the rest of it approved.
Good evening, Bill Miley. So I too want to say something about the $29,870. I have several questions. My information says this was a consultation retainer for a law firm to defend the city from a lawsuit filed against the city regarding the Becker project. Now, a lot of people know more than that, but it's just kind of new to me. My understanding is that this suit is now on hold with no court date set. It's on hold because of the approved referendum on the project set for March 2024 primary election. Questions here. Just how could our city use $29,000 worth of legal advice for a suit on hold? How did the contract get approved? I've heard different versions. I understand it was at the request of the mayor and approved by the city manager, not the city council, and it wasn't approved or even acknowledged in public forum. Rumor says that this law firm was recommended by the attorney suing the city against the Baker project. And this recommendation was accepted by the mayor, and this could be, it seems, an ethical violation. The public has a right to view the contract which this payment activates. I believe this is a blight on our city's use of taxpayer money with no public disclosure. So this is what I request the council. To fully disclose how this contract came about, what the benefits were that the city got for the $29,000. Also, I request that the council review the process in a public forum used to create such a contract to prevent such a debacle ever happening again. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. City Attorney, can we correct how it was approved, or?
As noted before, the city council approved the hiring of Shumahali Weinberger unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Larry.
I'm sorry, I have a
Yeah.
question.
Mhm.
Is that not confidential information that was done in a closed session?
The council had previously authorized that to be disclosed in the prior discussions.
I don't remember that.
Next, we have Larry Steingold, then Robin Gerber, and then John Drucker.
I know I don't look like Larry, but he's switching places with me. So take two on this. Mayor, let me say, you keep repeating the idea that everything said in closed session is confidential. It simply isn't. And when the city attorney said it was legal to approve the payment and to hire Shoot Mahali in the closed session, it was legal, but it wasn't necessarily necessary. And the council can decide that some of the things that you're doing in closed session should be done in open session. And in fact, the city attorney, it's his duty when you're in a closed session to say, whoop, wait a second, we are talking about things that should be done in open session. So please stop saying that just because it's a closed session, everything is confidential. If we operated that way, it would be a disaster for democracy. Well, how did we get here? That's been pretty much laid out, why we're spending $29,870.12. It happened in that first closed session. The new council members didn't much question this request for outside legal counsel, which isn't surprising. There was, to my understanding, no vote. This is process, not confidential, for example, in a closed session. I'm imagining that there was some head nodding, but I can't know because it was in a closed session. At the next closed session, and not long after the first, came out the information that you had this recommendation come from the opposing counsel. Again, I can't see.
Can I just ask the city attorney, I'm sorry, Rob, I mean, this is revealing closed session.
So far, Ms. Gerber has stuck to things that have been reported in the newspaper.
Okay.
Okay,
right,
thank you, Matt. And also things that I would say you should have said to the council. I'm advising you that these items should be moved to an open session. But there are gray areas, as has been noted. I do wonder if that closed session had been an open session, if people other than Councilmember Francina would have raised the point, why are we spending this money? We have a city attorney. $29,872.12 later, we the taxpayers are stuck paying for an attorney whose advice was in fact questionable at best. I'd love to tell you what that advice was, but as has been discussed, we really haven't seen much information about that. It's being hidden from us the taxpayers and apparently from the city council as well. This again, Matt, I'm afraid is because you like secrecy as the best way to protect your clients. That also is something that you should look at, and the council should. Meanwhile, I'm sure the Green Coalition, Girls Empowerment, Fire Safe Council, Help of Ojai would value any piece of that $29,870. The Arts Commission that I used to serve on that gives out grants would love to have some of that money. But as the mayor reminds us, we must be fiscally responsible, and you have lectured the council about that many times. Paying for extra attorneys, cutting off nonprofits, and continuing to stonewall when, again, you don't have to. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. Next, we have Larry.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
For the last speaker, Ms. Gerber. I think I understood from what you're saying that you're aware of what the legal counsel advised us. Is that correct?
I am not aware of what the legal counsel advised you.
Well, you were telling us you would tell us, except for our attorney has said not to talk about that.
I don't think I said that. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I said I'd love to be able to tell you what was in what the items that you got, or in the attorney's contract, for instance, how the retainer that you did.
Well, people can look back at the tape and hear what you said.
Look.
I just asked a question. You said you don't. You said you're not aware of the advice that was given.
I certainly do not know how
Okay.
you were
Let's
advised
not
by Heather Minner in closed session.
Let's not get into a conversation here.
Point of privilege. I would ask you to ask Councilman Whitman to please not be hostile to someone who's making a general comment and say, I mean, the implication was you can look back at the tape and you can see what was really said. It was pretty clear what you meant, and it was unseemly at best. And I would ask that you show a little bit of respect. And I would ask that you show a little bit of respect. Your comment was at best unseemly, and it was accusatory, and it was uncalled for.
Okay, Larry Steingold and then John Drucker.
Good evening. Larry Steingold. Larry Steingold. The $29,000 that you spent was very easy because it slipped in under the 30,000. So you're not amateurs, okay? Because that was very finessing. Okay, you managed to slip it in. Otherwise, it'd have to go before you if it was more than $30,000. How do we do was it a public records request for the telephone log and all the redacted things that we can see from the attorney, and also a personal records request for Mr. Summers' logs regarding all the activities that had been above and beyond his base pay, for 11,000 or 12,000, because now the pay is going up to 300,000 and change. And all that's got to be applied to certain projects and minute logs. And as attorneys, you both know that. So every time you call, there's a tick. It's 11 and a half minutes or whatever they charge out here. But this was all about the lawsuit. So now that Mr. Becker has agreed to a referendum, and we know simply Ojai has agreed to a referendum because that's what Mr. Francis said, why don't they drop the lawsuit? So can you, three of you, please ask simply Ojai, why don't they drop the lawsuit? Because now it's all simple, because now it's going to be up to the public. So simply Ojai can do their marketing, and Mr. Becker can do his marketing, and we can all see how it's all going to shake out, and then democracy works, and everybody can go home. Okay, that would be nice. Just drop the referendum. Not the referendum, just drop the lawsuit, because then we don't have to worry about it. Now we can get on to other things. Because it's really not about the flowers and the cottages. It's all about the other 51 units, because those are all 51 new people coming into Ojai. The 40 new units, the other 11. It's all about keeping the population down, and that's the goal. No new construction. The flowers are already here. But the other 51 units are all new, and that's why that's the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have John Drucker.
Hello again. I'd just like to make a couple of brief comments and then a more general comment. First of all, Mr. Whitman, regarding this proper procedure that you allude to, that is for prospective violations of the Brown Act. Ms. Rule was not aiming at preventing future violations. She was addressing past violations. So your point is really invalid. Secondly, if my legal memos are being circulated around town in support of what Ms. Rule has done, that is nobody's fault but your own. You could have deputized Mr. Summers to write a counter memorandum to the 3 memos that I wrote and shared with the public as well as with you. I don't recall him being asked to do that. Do you? And yet he spouts his legal opinion that Ms. Minner wrote a memo and advised you on nothing but the lawsuit of Simply Ojai versus the city of Ojai, which you all know is preposterous. You spoke about a whole range of issues. Which brings me to my larger point, is that how much longer are you going to hide behind this charade that you can't talk about what happened in closed session? Guess what? Like it or not, Ms. Rule disclosed what happened in closed session to the general public about, 3 months ago. That's general knowledge. If I can draw a historical analogy, it would be kind of like after Daniel Ellsberg revealed the Pentagon Papers and they were published in the New York Times and the Washington Post, for the world to know that the Nixon administration said, ooh, you can't talk about it because that's confidential. We said it's confidential. Well, once it's in the general public, it's no longer confidential. So you might as well talk about it, get it all out, get it all on the table. We can all discuss what happened, who was right, and who was wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any comments online, Weston?
No, Mayor, no raised hands.
Okay, all right. Well, Mr. City Attorney?
One note, the council has directed me to prepare a memorandum regarding recent events. You're not speaking right now, I am. The council has directed me to prepare a memorandum regarding recent events. That is forthcoming. The intention is to then have that be part of the discussion at the forthcoming Brown Act and Transparency Workshop. So stay tuned for that. With that, it would be appropriate for the council to take a vote if there is no further discussion. As noted, there are many options. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Since I pulled it, I'll vote to approve the whole consent calendar.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, all right, we will move on to item number 3. Let's take a short break, and then we'll be back with the budget workshop. Thank you. Okay, all right. All right, we are back. Thank you very much for sticking around. And council has decided to move cannabis ahead of the budget because we have speakers here. So we'll start with a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Give me,
And it's the item number 4, discussion on allowing up to 3 cannabis lounges in M1 MPD zone, C1 general commercial zone, or C1 zone east of Park Road.
Thank you. So I'll keep the staff report brief on this. We've talked about this a few times at council, so this is sort of a summary and then an opportunity to discuss it and get direction from the council. The item are just some background on what cannabis lounges are as a starting point. Cannabis lounges allow cannabis smoking, vaping, and or consumption of edibles on site. And with the idea that proponents of cannabis lounges state that they provide a safe atmosphere for users to use cannabis safely. They're currently allowed in several cities throughout California, West Hollywood, San Francisco, Oakland, Palm Springs, and others. When we brought this to council previously, Port Hueneme had just allowed cannabis lounges. It's now been, I think, 6 or 7 months since then. They haven't opened theirs yet, but they have an ordinance on the book that allows cannabis lounges in Port Hueneme. So that's the only Ventura County city that had allowed it, that has allowed it to date. And just to get an idea of what they're like, and I have a slide on the next slide that shows an image, but they're basically, the idea would be it functions similar to a bar. You arrive, you order your cannabis, and you use it there. You do not bring your own cannabis, just like you don't bring your own beer to a bar. And so there's, it sort of operates in the same way. The last point is that, as we know, we have a 3% cannabis tax on the city's cannabis businesses. The cannabis lounges would be subject to that 3% tax. We're talking about the budget. We were going to do it in a different order, but when we get to the budget, we'll point out that this year, without the cannabis lounges, we're projecting about $280,000, $270,000 to $280,000 in revenue from the cannabis taxes. We have not projected any additional revenue for cannabis lounges because they haven't been approved yet. It's a little bit unclear exactly what that impact would be, but it's something worth thinking about. Is that would be a way to generate some of that additional cannabis tax revenue. I mentioned a moment ago that we had a slide. This was actually the concept proposed for Port Hueneme. This group did receive a permit, and so this is what they have said that they are going to be building in Port Hueneme for the first cannabis lounge in Hueneme. Their website for 6 months has said coming soon, and so they haven't opened up yet, but they're apparently working on that. But again, just kind of similar in a lot of ways to a bar or a winery in sort of the layout and the feel. So we've talked about this a few times over the last couple of years. In October of 2022, we presented an actual ordinance to allow cannabis lounges. At that time, the ordinance allowed cannabis lounges in the current allowed cannabis zones, which is the M1 MPD zone, which is essentially Bryant Street and Bryant Circle. That was rejected. The city council chose not to introduce the ordinance. Thank you. And asked the item to return with the new council, because that was right before the election, for the new council to provide direction. So we had an ordinance that laid out things like hours and different requirements. I think the point of this item is a little bit bigger picture, because we haven't made the decision yet of whether they're allowed, or if they are going to be allowed, where they would be allowed. So I would recommend starting at that level, when that decision's made, we can draft an ordinance that would spell out all the details, and we bring that back, and then we can get into the detail of it. But the 4 key questions that I recommend we discuss: number 1, whether to allow cannabis lounges in Ojai. 2, if we're allowing them, what regulations should be in place. Like I said, we have we can bring that back a little with the ordinance, so that one's not as critical at this time. Number 3, though, if allowing them, where should we allow them? Where should the lounges be permitted? And we provided 3 options that I'll show on a map on the next slide for potential locations. And then number 4, if they're not being allowed, there's still a question of, we had talked about potentially allowing the dispensaries to expand. So that would be another question worth discussing. And for those 3rd and 4th questions that are related to locations, we have this map. We tried, I know it's a little hard to see, we tried 4 or 5 different ways to show it, and this was the best, and it's not perfect, but let me see if I can show my mouse. Is that showing up there? Yeah, or my cursor. So we've proposed 3 options for if we were going to allow either an expansion of the dispensaries outside of the current zones, or if we were going to allow lounges, and we wanted to look at allowing those in additional locations. The purple with the thicker highlighting around it, this area here showing with the cursor, would be the current allowed zones, the M1 and MPD zones. So this is where that's where dispensaries are currently allowed. Lounges are not allowed there. The ordinance that we brought in October was essentially allowing lounges in that same zone, and that was the ordinance that was not introduced and declined. The second option is in this green highlighting here, and that is the C1 east of Park Road. That's been an idea talked about several times over the years as we talked about cannabis, was the idea of allowing it on the east end of Park Road as sort of an economic development opportunity, because a lot of those buildings have struggled to maintain occupancy. So, and then third is a little harder to show. It's the red highlighting, which is in a few of these areas, and that's if one of the ideas proposed last time, I think by a council member in October, was the idea of just opening it up to the whole C1 zone. And so all that red and the green actually would be both of those combined. We should have shown that. But all the C1, all the commercial zone would be the third possibility. And that would be the red and the green areas. So again, sort of 2 questions related to locations. One is if we were allowing just the lounges to expand, or I'm sorry, the dispensaries to expand, or if we were going to allow lounges and allow expansion, which of those locations would we allow them? And that was one that I would say the last council in October struggled and didn't come to a conclusion. So it's something that we would need direction on to move forward. I will note, when we talked about allowing the lounges in the M1 MPD zone, we did have several, we had a few of the business owners come in with some concerns about allowing it in the M1 MPD. And they spoke at the council meeting, and we mentioned that we would remind the council that they spoke with those concerns when it came back to council. So, and so that is it. And like I said, going back to those 4 are really 3 questions at this time: whether to allow the lounges, if we are going to allow them, where they should be permitted, and if not, should we allow the dispensaries to expand? Those are really the 3 key questions that we're looking for tonight.
Thank you, James. Any questions from council? Souza?
Microphone, please.
Thank you. It's my understanding that we are the only city in Ventura County that has put the dispensaries in an industrial zone. Is that correct? Do you know? And where is Port Hueneme planning to put their lounge?
Yeah, I don't know their zoning, all the different city zonings offhand, but I think that's probably correct based on where I know, what locations I know were approved. I don't think that they limited up to the industrial area. Pro Animi, it's that strip mall that they call the Green Mile, which is, my guess would be a C1 zone.
Yeah. So what we're, as far as if we wanted to, we could separate. The dispensaries could stay where they are, but they could operate a lounge either anywhere in the commercial zone that serves alcohol or limit it to the east end of Ojai.
That's.
But, so the dispensary could decide how they want to do that once we establish the zone. So there would never be more than 3 of each one. Of each, they could be one, they could stay where they are and expand if their space allows it, or they could keep what they have. Are we not at that point?
Well, they'd be options, but they're each unique options, or maybe specific options is a better word. For example, if we said lounges were not allowed in the M1, they couldn't just expand next door.
Yes.
But
yes.
the council could say, we're going to allow lounges and dispensaries in the M1 and the C1 potentially. So that can be sort of spelled out by the council. That was a key point, though, so I'm glad you mentioned it. You know, that was one question, or one thing we want everybody to realize is if we're allowing the lounges in a zone and a dispensary in a different zone, then that means we're actually allowing 3 locations of each, 3 separate locations of each, or we could require that they be together one way or the other, so that there's just, you know, a dispensary and a lounge and a dispensary and a lounge and a dispensary and a lounge. So those are, they're all options that the council has.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Let's move on. Okay, Andy.
So, my understanding is that we have an ordinance that prohibits smoking in general.
The city code prohibits smoking, yes.
In public places.
In public places.
So, how would smoking in a cannabis lounge reconcile with that ordinance?
We'd have to change that.
The prior ordinance that was drafted per the prior council's direction added an exception to the anti-smoking ordinance for the cannabis lounges, allowing smoking consumption of cannabis. Whether or not to do that is a policy choice.
Well, can you add that goes with air filtration and all that?
Yes, that's also a choice.
Yeah, that's not.
And that's how the prior ordinance was
We
drafted.
wouldn't just allow it, we would have standards, air quality standards. Yeah.
And the ordinance would have, I think, the
It
draft
did,
ordinance
yeah.
we had did have those standards.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a.
Yeah, just a follow-up on that. When was the smoking ordinance, the general smoking ordinance adopted?
It's been a while.
1990s? It's been a while.
Before your time?
Yes, well before my time.
And was
It's
that?
been amended over the years as well.
Yeah.
So just, in general, I'd be interested in, you know, the reasons for adopting that. And, I mean, I'm assuming it would be because of risk to public health from exposure to smoke. And I think I would want to know that background, and what findings have been made, and if there are, you know, if there are now, 20 years later, mitigation measures that are remove the health risk, or, you know, where that is.
We can put them together on that front.
Councilmember Rule.
Yeah, my question is similar to Councilmember Whitman's. I'm assuming that there are standards and there are equipment that, you know, air filtration systems, suck and smoke in systems, whatever that is, and that they have been tested. They're kind of tried and true. Is that correct? I mean, these other cities in San Francisco, Oakland, and other California cities must have some sort of record and or best practices by now, I would assume, and perhaps we could, if we haven't already, perhaps we could get what the ordinances around that are from them or from the cannabis lounges, what they use. Although I'm supposing that that our cannabis lounge potentialees would have some idea around that.
We've already gathered up the information from the other cities and can
Okay, great.
take
Thank
that
you.
in the analysis.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to public comment. First, we have Chelsea Satula, then Michelle Rosenblum, and then Jeff Kroll.
Thank you so much for moving this. It's right past my bedtime. I'm Chelsea. I'm a CEO of Sesame Creek Collective, and can you believe it? This is the 7th public meeting where we have been petitioning the city to remove this restriction on consumption and to reconsider our M1 MPD zoning. So I don't want to rehash too many points that I've made already on the record. I'll just focus on 2 key points, which are who does this consumption space potentially serve and where should it go? First, we've used the word lounge a lot, and I think it's a little bit narrow, so I'm going to try to use the word consumption space. Who is a consumption space for? Is it to make Ojai into a party town? Is it to lure all the tourists here? We all love the tourists so much, right? It's important to understand that cannabis is actually used by a very wide variety of people for a very wide variety of reasons. I've emailed the council all a PDF with an overview of a variety of options for ways that we see cannabis being consumed in Ojai, such as spas, tasting rooms, mocktail bars, ceremonial or wellness retreats, in addition to kind of the traditional cafe-type spaces that you saw Wheelhouse demonstrating, where people can vape or smoke a joint. But we're not looking to create smoke-filled rooms with skunky odors wafting out the windows. I actually personally hate the smell of any smoke indoors myself, and would prefer to design a smoking or vaping space on a rooftop lounge where all the smoke is vented up and out. But really, we're realistic that real estate is always going to be the biggest constraint on what we can actually pull off here in the city. What we're really looking to do is elevate the perception of cannabis. We're not looking to create noise or odor nuisances for anybody. That means, again, a consumption space can take a lot of different forms. It can also be a pop-up type experience, like a farmer's market. We could be at the Taste of Ojai, actually sampling what we sell. Our average customer is 46. That's me. I'm 46. I'm the average customer walking in our door. And the top 3 reasons people use cannabis are sleep, pain, and anxiety. So we're really looking to create spaces that don't cause people anxiety. We don't want crazy loud music and lights and smell. It's like we want people to feel comfortable. I think the kids use the term chill vibes these days. As far as the tourist issue, last time I checked, Ojai was already a tourist destination. And we will continue to be so with or without cannabis, really. I can't speak for the other businesses in town, but 70% of our customers are from Ojai or Ventura. Only 6% of our customers live outside the state, and I'm quite sure it's not cannabis that's luring them to Ojai. They're in town to visit family or spend some time in nature, and we are totally an incidental stop. A consumption space would not be an anchor for somebody's vacation here. It's just not that big of a novelty. As more states legalized it, Delaware legalized it. Okay, our business does not cater to tourists at all. To non-consumers, it may seem like a crazy, risky idea, but to the rest of the people here in our town that consume cannabis, it's just not a big deal. It's a welcome alternative to the same old bar scene. It's actually a way for Sesame to compete with the CBD hemp hustlers that have been openly advertising their products on Ojai Avenue without paying the same taxes and license fees that we do. As far as where should it go, it should be where people go. It should be accessible to sidewalks and public transportation. We should not be hidden away in the industrial zone, and it's important to understand that the cannabis gross revenue tax revenue has become an important source of funding for your general reserve. 2022, Sesame Creek alone paid over $125,000, not including sales tax, just in gross receipts and license fees for the privilege of doing business here. And I think we need to get over this fear that cannabis is a novelty, it's a nuisance, it's other people doing it, it's you doing it, right? It's less intoxicating than alcohol, frankly, and unlike alcohol, cannabis actually has important medical benefits. And I think the reason why we can relax the smoking ordinance is because cannabis smoke is not the same as tobacco smoke. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Next, we have Michelle Rosenblum, then Jeff Kroll, and then William Wyrick.
Thank you. Regardless of your progressive inclinations, the current cannabis ordinance stands as a manifestation of discrimination. It is akin to instructing us, a retail business, that our presence is unwelcome in the retail zone. Furthermore, the lack of public transportation and sidewalks on Bryant Street forces handicapped individuals to navigate wheelchairs through the dangers of vehicular traffic, perpetuating yet another form of discrimination. In Ojai, a town approximately 7,600 people, nearly 5,800 are adults. The California Department of Public Health estimates that 15% of adults consume cannabis within a 30-day period, which translates to about 870 Ojai residents. According to the Census Bureau, 38% of Ojai residents rent their homes, and most rental agreements prohibit smoking. Consequently, within the last 30 days, approximately 330 cannabis consumers in Ojai have been deprived of a legal space to partake in this activity via the most popular method. This, too, is a form of discrimination. Our emblem, our logo, a rainbow-colored cannabis leaf, symbolizes inclusivity and normalization, and yet city regulations forbid us from displaying it. Why has the city imposed such restrictions? Are wineries prohibited from showcasing grapes, breweries from exhibiting hops, or coffee shops from featuring beans? Where does your fear about this plant arise? With each passing day this council does not implement a new ordinance, discrimination continues. This is not merely an issue of small towns versus big cities. It is a question of equality that every city and county across the nation must address. In Cesar, Illinois, a town with a population of 2,000, a fine cannabis lounge exists. In Eureka, a city of 26,000 residents, 3 lounges cater to diverse clientele from partygoers to wellness seekers. Such establishments do not make headlines because, as it turns out, cannabis consumption is a fairly ordinary activity. This evening, as you contemplate the liberties that individuals should have over their own bodies and the rights they should possess concerning the products they have purchased and paid taxes for, I implore you to consider which side of the tragic war on drugs you stand on. Let us strive for a future free from discrimination where inclusivity and understanding prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Jeff Kroll, then William Wyrick, and then Stuart Griffith.
Good evening. Thank you very much. It's hard to even, for my thoughts to go for the beginning. The public wants acceptance of cannabis. That's a given. It's really the tone that you, the council members in the city of Ojai, and the ordinance that you are considering as to how you set the tone of a lounge. Is it a relaxation location, a safe place for people to consume? But more importantly, it's an education platform for me. It's a way in which people share their own anecdotal stories of their health benefits, their responsible use of cannabis, and the fact that it's a safe place to go. Currently, right now, of course, people, even the tourism, they come to frequent one of the 3 shops. They take those cannabis where they consume. They do it in their vehicle. They're doing it in their hotel room. They're doing it against a state law of anti-smoking. So we need to offer a place. We need to be more acceptance. We set the tone. the people of Ojai and the council can draft a very responsible lounge possibility. I personally would like not to have any limitations on this. I've been in this industry for 30 plus years. It has been an uphill battle every step that we make. We have been responsible since 2018 running retail shops. I think we should have the opportunity not to be limited by any restriction, whether it be in a retail setting. You all trust alcohol because we have many sources of alcohol in this location. So please trust us to come up with a lounge. I do encourage food as being an opportunity with cannabis because financially, cannabis alone may not financially support a lounge. We will never, more than likely, ever have alcohol in the same environment because of the state rules. So with that said, most of the restaurant purveyors that have approached me about a lounge certainly are not willing to give up their alcohol income. So we need to diversify by education, social acceptance, and having a comfortable place to consume. Thank you.
Jeff, can I ask you a question? When you say food, do you mean? Thank you. That's okay. I'm just curious. When you say food, do you mean cannabis-infused food?
Well,
or just
that's an option. In other
regular?
words, first off, they're just like alcohol. A bartender or an owner of a bar has to be vigilant of the customers and the consumption that that customer is doing. There's certain risk involved in having infused food because of the delay reaction. It may take an hour and a half in order to kick in. We don't want people to be in a vehicle, but at the same time, if we had an attractive menu that was not infused, and now the state does allow food and beverages to be considered inside of a dispensary. That was not the case in 2018, as well as paraphernalia. Now that is allowed. So we are opening up ways of making more money, and in turn, it makes the city more money. And I'm all for the 3%. Please don't raise it because it's really difficult financially right now. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very
Thanks.
much, Jeff. Appreciate it. William Wyrick, then Stuart Griffith, and then John Drucker.
Evening, everyone. See what I can fit in 3 minutes. You know, I think the people preceding me have been very eloquent. I'm just going to try to organize some principles that I hope you keep in mind. You know, number one, as a society, we've been weaning ourselves over the decades of our lives and our grandparents' lives and from the stigmatization of cannabis. Where did it come from? Let's remember. The stigmatization of cannabis we're still weaning ourselves from when it was called marijuana arose in the Jim Crow era, targeted towards people of color. And we're still weaning ourselves from that stigmatization. And I hope we can keep that in mind as we look at how to take another step in terms of the process here in Ojai that we've been pioneers with. So I think, but how does that manifest itself, as has already been pointed out? When you limit it to the M1 MPD, you are in effect continuing that tradition that we want to get away from of stigmatization. And I think that whether it's in the green zone or the green plus red, depending on, just the green would be a step forward to allow that relocation. That would also provide economic diversification. The other reason is very practical. Many people have commented on the importance of maintaining our M1 and MPD for manufacturing and industrial diversification away from tourism focus of our economy. If you bid up rents and take up space in that area with retail expansion, and not even allowing the option of locating out of that into a commercial area that needs vacancies right now, I think you're inhibiting that goal that I thought we had adopted in our general plan, that we want economic diversification away from the tourism focus. And I don't think we want to, go away from that. And then in the last few seconds, I want to say tax rate. In the 4 quarters or 5 quarters, including in the up till the beginning of 2022, the taxable sales in the state of California is down by just under 10%. That decline has accelerated in terms of taxable sales of cannabis in the state of California. The last 3 quarters have been a decline almost exceeding, actually, the decline of the previous 5. The reason for that, as is well known now and understood by the regulatory authorities at the state level, is because the tax rates are so high. It's driving activity back into the unregulated black market, which is the last thing we want to do in terms of health and, again, stigmatization. So I think we need to look very carefully at whether or not the 3% may be inhibiting actually economic activity in this area and therefore reducing the amount of revenue we're getting from this taxation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Stuart Griffith, then John Drucker, and then Jeffrey Larry Steingold.
Stuart Griffith, resident of Shady Lane. And when I originally started thinking about this, I was like, I don't know, am I for it, against it? I don't know. I don't have much of an opinion either way. But when I started thinking about locations for it, my wife does have a business location on Bryant Street, and I live on Shady Lane. And she's like, hey, Bryant Street's just starting to kind of look good and come up, getting better. It'd be, sad to see if that affected it, people walking around. I don't know. Maybe that's the stigmatism we're talking about. But then it got me thinking maybe a smart thing to do would be to have like 3 zones and 1 in each zone, like 1 on that east end around Park, 1 in the middle around Montgomery, 1 over by, the motels around the inn and ranch, the ranch inn, whatever that is. That way you would encourage walking instead of people driving. Also accessibility to the tourists in the 3, locations in town where they tend to be. So that would be my suggestion. We don't want to see, we don't think Shady Lane's going to turn into a ghetto, but it is a little shady over there already. So,
Thank you, Stuart. Next, we have John Drucker, then Larry Steingold, then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Hello again. Can relax. It's just about cannabis, mellow out. I just wanted to say, I've been a cannabis lawyer in the last few years, part of my practice when I'm not dealing with you guys. I've written a cannabis law journal article called the California Cannabis Cluster F***CK, because that's the situation we have here in the state. I'll be opening a cannabis payment service in the next couple of months, and I'm a small investor in a cannabis dispensary with lounge license in West Hollywood, so I'm somewhat familiar with these issues. And I guess I just want to open by saying I agree with virtually everything that Chelsea, Michelle, Jeff, and Bill said, and just want to underline some of the difficulties that these people are facing. And number one is, as Bill said, taxation is driving the illegal market and really doing a tremendous disservice to the legal market. So I think that, whatever you do, try to make something positive happen here. Secondly, I think, edibles, as someone said, is not going to be a mainstay of the business because it takes an hour or 2 for the effect to kick in. And, that makes it unviable for a business. Smoking flower and having all the filtration, odor abatement apparatus is also very expensive. I'm not sure that's a decision for the vendors, of course, to make. But I think the two clear areas where you can make progress is on cannabis beverages and also vaping, because those don't pose any problems, that a bar, an alcohol bar, would not face. It has no discernible odor or fragrance, if you will, depending on how you look at it. And the other one issue that we kind of confronted in West Hollywood was, and I'm not sure how applicable it is here, but I just thought I'd bring it up, is the idea of giving or requiring vouchers for ride sharing out of the lounge, because part of the problem that any bar or cannabis lounge faces is intoxicated customers leaving the place, and then God knows what happens, and then comes back and sues the lounge or the bar, and causes all sorts of problems for the city. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Larry Steingold, then Jeffrey Starkweather, and then Len Claife.
First time, everybody's in agreement. Good evening. It's an industrial park, okay? And we've been here, I've been here now 6 years. We've been here 3 times over this issue about the camel's nose under the tent, about it's now retail. It went from medical to medical retail to full retail to now there's manufacturing in the park, plus they want to have it on a lounge. Let it go full-blown retail, move it to the other zones where it should be. Now, get them out of the park so we can have electricians and plumbers and people of industry and people who have jobs here and businesses, so they have a place to go, because we're not building any more industrial parks. So this is the only place in town. So let them go to retail. Let them be all over the city, whatever the retail zone is. Let's get it done and move on. But you should also approve it as a cigar bar and a hookah bar, because you might as well let them have food and booze and whatever else they can do, because they're going to be back here in 2 years trying for something else. So you might as well let them go full bore, all retail, just like a liquor, a bar or a restaurant or anywhere else. They're retail. Let them put them in a retail zone and get them out of the industrial park. Thank you. Oh, and besides, the roads are getting real bad in Bryant. So now if you allow them to go after 6, 7, 8, 10 o'clock at night, there's going to be more problems, because they'll be walking, and now Bryant turns into the funk zone or something. It's more bars, more restaurants, more zoning. So
I want to ask Larry a question, if I may. Larry, I hope you're not proposing that if we decide to approve other zones, that we kick them out of the Bryant Street zone.
no, eventually
I mean, it has
they'll
to
move out. No,
organic-
eventually they would
has
move
to-
out of Bryant,
Yeah,
because business is
organically
so.
when the time's
They
right.
would just move out because either the lease gets too much, or they're better off making more money on Ojai Avenue or on Maricopa if they can find space, because
Yeah.
the road is shrunk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Len Claife, and then Bill Miley.
I support this effort to give them the option to move out of there for lounges. I think we just had a general plan meeting where everyone wanted this to be manufacturing, so why would we not want to encourage that? The other thing is that from the statistics of the town, alcohol is a much bigger problem. We let it go any place. We let it stay open at night. I mean, that's a much more dangerous thing. Why are we discriminating against this when there's no evidence that it is a safety danger on the roads? There's just no statistical evidence for that. I wanted, though, because since I'm agreeing, I wanted to give a little, I have seen the whole arc of this issue. I grew up here, graduated in high school in 1965, and this whole idea of racism and regulating drugs, we had a bust when I was in high school, and it was all Mexicans, and all just for marijuana. Now, we had seen Reefer Madness. We had been propagandized that this was, we were going to all go crazy as we smoked dope. And I actually thought, well, these people are a bunch of drug addicts. I went off to college. I hadn't done anything at that point. And I came back here in 1966 in the summer, and man, it was starting to spread here. I later became a federal public defender, and so I represented all kinds of drug cases. And let me tell you, that was one of the biggest disasters we've ever done in this country. The amount of lives and money we have destroyed going after people is terrible. So I remember Lenny Bruce once said, everybody remember him, comedian, he said, well, it's not going to take very long to get rid of the marijuana laws because every policeman I know takes it. Well, he was wrong about that. It took a lot longer than he predicted. So I'm glad that we're here. I think that we can regulate the smoke. There's, science about that. I think we can regulate the hours. I would encourage them maybe to do it gradually by starting in the East End and then move from there. But I think this is a good step in the right direction. It's money we could use for our town. And, the stigma of marijuana and so forth, it just has taken us a long time to get here, but we're here. Let's just stop this stigmatizing people. Actually, I haven't taken any drugs in 20 years because I don't like getting high. I like keeping my mind, but no, really, I don't do it anymore. So I have no consumer interest in this. I just care about the community. I know it's a health benefit for a lot of people, and so let people have their choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Len Clafe and then Bill Miley.
Good evening. I think he got the Lenny Bruce quote wrong. What Lenny Bruce said was that the law students are all smoking dope and they'll become lawyers and legislators and they will vote to legalize it. Lenny Bruce was wrong about that, or look, took him a whole lot longer. In any event, if you go to the CDC website, you will find out that tobacco kills 480,000 Americans every year. Alcohol kills 140,000 Americans every year. Marijuana kills 0 Americans every year. The CDC website about marijuana mostly focuses on the dangers towards kids because it affects their brains as their brains are developing. But so does alcohol and so does tobacco. And the CDC doesn't give numbers, but the number of illnesses and diseases caused by tobacco and alcohol are endless. 38 states and the District of Columbia have legalized medical marijuana. There is no medical benefit to tobacco or alcohol. We have places, there are 4 places in downtown, the main downtown area, where you can buy alcohol without food. There are 4 places in downtown you can buy tobacco. Explain if you're going to vote against this, please explain why it is not hypocrisy. It just makes no sense. And you don't, and nobody needs, anybody who smokes marijuana didn't need the legalization to smoke marijuana. I mean, marijuana was always available. It'll continue to be available. Let's be sane towards it and not hide it away. Reefer madness is so old. It's boring. Thank you.
Can I ask Lenny? Lenny, I have a question. Did you say that there are 4 places in the downtown that sell alcohol and tobacco? I thought there were
alcohol without food.
Alcohol without food.
And there are also 4 places that you can buy tobacco in the downtown area.
Without food.
Well, or with food, but tobacco is not food related.
Okay. So the reason I bring it up is because I think the last time you and I calculated the number of places in the valley that sold alcohol, it was like 50.
The last time I counted in the city limits, there were 44 places you could buy alcohol, 9 places you could buy tobacco. But I'm now talking about just the downtown area because I'm trying to make the point, why are they hidden away in Bryant Street and not only are they available, but the city went out of its way to accommodate 2 of the drinking establishments by the Topa Topa and that winery on Montgomery by doing away with any parking restrictions on them. They waived all the parking stuff. Please come to Ojai, please open. Please fill our downtown full of people drinking. But if you're going to smoke marijuana, or buy marijuana, you don't even smoke it, buy it, you got to go way out there where nobody knows where you are. Every time I've gone into a marijuana, I've been to each of the three. Every time I've gone in, they've checked me to make sure I'm old enough. All right? I mean, they go out of their way to make sure that you're old, that the kids are not going to get it there. The last time I was age checked was when I went to the Guggenheim and I claimed senior status, and they didn't believe I was that old. So it's just not a danger to kids, this places. It's just silly. Thank you.
Thank you, Len. Mr. City Attorney, you have a comment?
Oh, no, I didn't, sorry.
Okay.
Not on that one.
Never mind. Okay.
Just like to scare you a little bit.
I thought you did, but you didn't.
Yeah, I haven't answered any questions on cannabis lounges as they rise yet.
Okay, all right. Sorry. Next, we have Bill Miley.
Hi, Bill Miley. So as many of you know, my background's in public health, which includes prevention practices to learn to moderate behaviors. So since smoking and now vaping, cannabis is one of the main ways of using cannabis, since it provides a way of controlling the ingredients which affect the body's reaction. And to give you a personal example, in the 70s when we lived here, a neighbor had a cannabis brownie party. I'd never had cannabis before. And I love brownies. I'll tell you, fortunately we were only 4 houses away. But by the time I got home, I felt I was really drunk. It took me hours to recover. So, in my opinion, it's a smarter way of using cannabis for relaxation, for fun, for socializing. Also, it would be important to allow food service options to provide a measure of allowing folks to regulate their consumption, eat such. And as almost probably everybody knows, when you were first young and your parents may have said, now be sure and have some milk before you go to the party, so it slows the infusion of the alcohol into your bloodstream. So drink milk, drink a beer. Drink milk, drink a beer. So have some food and then have some cannabis. Give them that option, please.
Thank you, Bill. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we have 4 raised hands so far. First, we'll have Sarah Armstrong, followed by Steve Quillisi, and then Becky. Sarah, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am Sarah Armstrong. I represent the interests of Americans for Safe Access in Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Founded in 2002, we're the nation's oldest, largest national organization for medical cannabis patients. In my job and in my life, when I travel, I use consumption lounges. They are uniformly quiet, clean places. They do not have odors, and the people who patronize these places are sitting quietly, talking amongst themselves. State law forbids music in conjunction with the retailer license, and there are other local and state laws that you can use to make sure that your cannabis lounges are equally quiet, odor-free, and safe. To deny both your citizens and your visitors the opportunity to medicate if they are patients is a very difficult thing for medical cannabis patients, and I hope you will consider this. Additionally, these lounges need to be located in a place where they can be found, and that means a commercial area. Right now, as Michelle has demonstrated, it is difficult with people with disabilities to patronize the shops on Bryant. I hope that when you establish your lounges, they will be in the commercial zones. To give you an idea of how trouble-free these places are, the last lounge I went to in San Francisco, I walked right by it because the signage was so discreet and there was no odor, noise, or any other indication that in fact that building was a consumption lounge. These lounges go out of their way to make sure the children are not in the lounges or anywhere nearby. Additionally, state law forbids loitering. I hope that you will consider all this as you move tonight to decide whether or not compassion lounges are right for the city. And I hope that at some point, those of you who have questions will visit one of these lounges and learn for yourself how really safe, quiet, and odor-free they are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah.
Next, we have Steve Quillisi, followed by Becky, and then Jackie. Mr. Quillisi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Weston. You members of the council and mayor have many hard decisions ahead of you. This is one of them. I am not here to speak against cannabis generally. I would just put a headline on this called Smoking Dope, Then Driving. Years ago, I was an Army lieutenant serving in Korea. I had an assigned vehicle and a driver who was a self-described pothead. We made a deal. Well, actually, I made the deal because he worked for me. I said, you can smoke pot when you want, but if you get behind the wheel intoxicated, we'll have problems I can't ignore because you become a public safety hazard. Tonight's staff report hits the key point in the prior council voting against edibles only lounges, and that is delayed impact of ingested cannabis. Two of the cannabis dispensary owners who spoke earlier this evening said as much in public testimony at a planning commission meeting. It takes too long to get the buzz. Clearly, the goal of the cannabis lounges and their patrons is intoxication. And if you think patrons will become intoxicated and wait until that buzz wears off before driving to home or hotel or anywhere else, I submit you're wrong. So a vote for cannabis smoking lounges is a vote to put more intoxicated drivers on our city's streets. Now, a former council member, not one who spoke tonight, stated correctly, as another speaker did tonight, there's no statistics showing cannabis intoxicated drivers are a problem. That's right, because there is no legally accepted criterion for measuring the level of intoxication by cannabis. So no one currently is intoxicated by cannabis to any legal standard. Whereas for alcohol intoxication, there is a test, not just field sobriety, but breathalyzer and blood. And if you're over the limit, you can be arrested, go to jail, lose your license, lots of bad effects beyond the public safety hazard. So, if now or later you vote to allow cannabis smoking lounges in Ojai, I think you, mayor and council members, need to be prepared to explain why more intoxicated drivers on Ojai streets is a good thing, and why smoking tobacco, which I don't, is evil and must be banned except in private homes, but smoking dope outside the home is good and should be allowed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve.
Next, we have Becky, followed by Jackie. Becky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Weston. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm very grateful that Mr. Quillisi just said all of what he said because I am in complete alignment with his viewpoint. I am first and foremost concerned for the health and safety of our locals and the quality of life that we have here as a place where we can raise children and live healthy lives apart from some of the things that happen elsewhere in the country. I'm really glad that cannabis is legal and that it is being regulated so that people are able to procure safer forms of it that are not laced with other substances that can do damage to their health. But I do not agree that cannabis lounges are a way that are something that we should promote. There is nothing preventing locals or tourists from procuring what they need for their medical or recreational uses. I would like to see the city find other ways to generate revenue from more health and safety promoting businesses rather than businesses that promote pub crawls and cannabis crawls and other kinds of activities that only lead to more and more intoxicated people on our streets and on our roadways. One of those types of businesses could be a business that teaches people how to find fulfillment without needing substances of any kind. Whether you like it or not, cannabis is not as benign a drug as it is purported to be. I have family members and friends who have had real problems stopping using it and getting back to productive lives after getting too involved in the cannabis culture. For one of them, cannabis led to a psychotic break when a previously undiagnosed bipolar condition was revealed and lives were damaged as a result. Cannabis is an intoxicant. Do we really want people going on lounge crawls, imbibing at a variety of different lounges, thinking they are fit to drive, and then driving under the influence at all times of days in the Ojai Valley? Mr. Quillisi pointed out, intoxication on our roadways is a real hazard. A vote for cannabis smoking lounges is a vote to put more intoxicated drivers on our city streets. I also agree with Mr. Quillisi's assessment that the lack of legal standards for cannabis intoxication is actually the only reason why the statistics that Jeffrey Starkweather wants to rely upon are in error.
Thank you, Becky.
Last raised hand we have is Julie. I'm sorry, Jackie. Jackie, you have the floor.
Great. Hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jackie Subek. I'm a longtime cannabis advocate here in California, specializing in consumption lounges. I work in Sacramento, where we've actually currently got an active bill, SB 285, that will allow cannabis consumption lounges to prepare and sell fresh, non-cannabis infused food and non-alcoholic beverages. I'm also a lounge holder, license holder in West Hollywood, where I was instrumental in helping write their ordinance back in 2017. The lounges in West Hollywood are finally starting to open, and we're seeing how they function and what their potential is, and most importantly, how they're becoming community gathering spaces. It's really easy now to see how these small businesses are going to bring great value to the entire community. I was sitting at the Woods Lounge the other day. That's the one owned by Woody Harrelson. And a few of us were talking about how remarkable it was that we finally could have a safe place to enjoy cannabis without having to look over our shoulders or feel the stigma of naysayers around us. I also was out in the Coachella Valley last month visiting a few lounges. One of them is smack in the middle of Palm Canyon Boulevard. It's like right across the street from an H&M. Another one they had is the Vault, where I had a wonderful experience meeting different folks of all ages who were just there to enjoy cannabis in a relaxed and safe environment. They even play like weekly trivia games like they do at bars, but there's no alcohol. Yes, there's going to have to be regulations. Yes, they're going to have to include odor control and air filtration and security and standard operating procedures. But the good news is you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Most of the language you need to draft an ordinance has already been well researched and discussed in other jurisdictions. So people like myself and others can help you essentially leapfrog over other jurisdictions, ultimately saving the city of Ojai an enormous amount of money and time. And it's not practical for these lounges to be separated from the retail stores because they work hand in hand together. Like a typical model would be for a customer who purchases product from the dispensary, then you walk over to the lounge to consume that same product. So it doesn't really make sense for those two venues to be separate. Last thing I'm just going to say is don't believe the propaganda and the NIMBYism, no matter how tempting it is. There's always people out there who continue to have the fear of cannabis and will say everything they can to try to turn you away, including trying to scare you that it will somehow kill you or cause other illnesses. Yes, intoxication on the roadways is a hazard, but only as it relates to alcohol. So just don't fall for it. You're already on the right path. Stay the courses. These lounges are going to be great for Ojai. So I think the time is right, and I encourage you to support and let these lounges finally get moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jackie.
That's all, Mayor.
That's it? Okay. All right. We will move on to discussion. And just a reminder to council, there are two issues on the table. One, to allow the dispensaries to move to other districts or other areas of the city, and then to the lounges. So who would like to begin?
I'll start.
Okay.
I like to start so I can relax and listen to what others say. First of all, I am in agreement with all the speakers except for Chair Quillisi and Becky Windenwood, because with that logic that if you allow a lounge, you're allowing more people on the road that are intoxicated, that you should apply that same logic to any alcohol serving restaurant that wants to open up. It's a ridiculous way of thinking about it. Nothing is without problems, but there are problems that can be managed. Okay, there's always going to be people that are just crazy. So secondly, I myself, I don't take any drugs, not even aspirin. I'm totally drug-free, and I don't use alcohol, maybe a glass of champagne at a wedding. It's not my thing. But I have a long history of studying about cannabis. I have a huge library on how the stigmatization occurred and all the legal things, and I've studied it because I love herbs. I've studied it in that way. I mean, it's the most fascinating subject, and I hope that as we make decisions tonight, we apply what we've learned, because there's no excuse to be ignorant on this topic. I went to the workshop that doctor gave. What was the one in Santa Barbara? It was just fascinating. It was in Ojai a couple of years ago. So I am in favor of allowing the lounges in any general commercial zone, because I have faith that this will go through the planning commission and they'll find, the owners of the dispensaries will be looking at the pros and cons of the location. But I agree that the best place to start would be the C1 zone east of Park Road. I'm not suggesting that the public, I personally think it's fine anywhere, but as far as public acceptance, I don't know, that's up to council discussion. And I like the idea it makes sense to me to allow food to be served, or at least drinks, non-alcoholic drinks. And yeah, this is the 7th public meeting I've gone through. I brought my notes from October 11. Was that almost a year ago? No, it wasn't that, 6 months ago. So I hope that we can move forward and create a fair ordinance that allows the businesses that we have to thrive. Makes sense to me.
Thank you. Rachel.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on what Mayor Pro Tem Francina said. I was really involved in advocacy efforts against mass incarceration and advocating for alternative sentencing for nonviolent drug-related offenses. I wrote a book about it in 2002. And so I know a lot about the stigma of not just cannabis, but cocaine, the whole war on drugs, and now plant medicine and psilocybin and things like that. So I totally agree with what the speaker said about how this is that we've been acculturated to view this in a different way than we view alcohol, and a lot of that has to do with the alcohol lobby. I won't give a lecture about that. But, a couple of things that when I first knew that we were going to be talking about this, I had, real concerns about driving, and about the smell of smoke in the downtown areas. Especially if those are residential areas. If we're looking right in the commercial zone, right in the downtown area, but I've been doing a lot more research about this and learning about the different types of mediation that in air filtration systems and things like that, and so I am. I'm leaning toward. Definitely opening this up to zoning, to being allowed in the C1 areas. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think it could really help the companies that, our cannabis companies that would want to expand or want to, generate more revenue. I think it opens up a lot of possibilities for them. And the other thing too is I agree with the food, with having food. I am personally I'm not a cannabis user, but at the times when I've tried it, there definitely was a desire for food. And I also think that it is a safety thing too, because I think if people are going to be ingesting cannabis, and especially first-time users, don't know how many grams to have, or might not know how to eat an edible, or things like that. And so I do think that it is safe. I also think in terms of, and just a response to the questions about driving, that that it's arguable that a lot of people leave bars without taking breathalyzer tests, or without while being intoxicated. And I liked John Drucker's suggestion about I believe he said having ride sharing coupons or things like that. And I think as we become a more walkable, bikeable community, and as we look at different ways of managing transportation here, I think some of those issues and concerns would be mediated. So I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Francina that maybe we could start this with the green zone. On the east side, I really like the idea of economic development over in that area. As many of you know, building up that Bryant Circle, building up the M1 is one of my goals and priorities. And so bringing great lounges and facilities where people can socialize, retail spaces into the east side is something that I would be interested in. But right now, I'm not completely opposed to opening it up in general.
Leslie?
I agree with both of my colleagues. I don't have a problem with opening it up to all of the areas, but once again, it can be a council decision if it wants to be limited. I agree with food. There's really nothing about this that I don't agree with. I think that as far as driving goes, putting it closer to a main thoroughfare where people can walk to it. And I was particularly taken with those who use medical cannabis, who are disabled in some ways, whether they're in a wheelchair. The difficulty in getting something like that seems to me to be highly I'm not even sure it's ADA compliant kind of thing. So it seems cruel, actually, that. So for those reasons, and certainly, I support opening this up. I have been to the cannabis dispensary. I've met with the owners. and the managers, and I couldn't be more impressed with how they run their business, honestly. And in finally saying, you know, the idea of using cannabis or any herb for wellness, as in spa, you know, those kinds of things. I don't think, I mean, I was a pothead really for 10 years, but I haven't touched it in 25 years. But, and, you know, it was a good thing. It was really a fun, you know, I have to say, it opened my mind up. So I support a completely open approach to this, but I also realize that the council my colleagues may want to take it more slowly, and I certainly wouldn't be object to that. And finally, I would say, you know, one of my best experiences ever was going to a hookah lounge. And it wasn't, I think we were smoking apple. I'm not even sure. But it was so social, and it was so wonderful, and the food came, and the hookah came, and, you know, people were walking around. It was something that we don't have here, but that we could have here. And it is very social. So for that reason, as I said, I support a completely open approach with food, but am willing to hear from other council members and take it from there.
Andy?
Yeah. So I just had to finish up my continuing legal education for the last 3-year period, and was filling in ethics courses, and there was a course on ethics of California marijuana law, cannabis law. And so I thought, oh, I'll get some legal credits and also learn something about this issue. And what they talked about was something completely different than I expected, which was the fact that under federal law, going to the stigmatization that we've talked about, or that speakers have talked about, under federal law, cannabis is not legal. California has legalized it, and the course talked about those kind of quasi-unofficial policies where the feds don't prosecute states that have legalization laws. But what the presenter advised us as attorneys is that although we could advise people, businesses, about how marijuana laws are likely to be interpreted, that we cannot promote the violation of laws as attorneys. So I practice in the federal court, but my understanding this is for California attorneys as well, and I'm a California attorney, and the advice of the speaker, who was an attorney, was that you cannot promote marijuana as an attorney without violating various ethical rules. And so that puts me in the position of, if I voted, I could only vote no. And that doesn't seem like a fair thing to do. So I think because of unique reasons to me, I'm going to abstain, at least at this stage, from voting on this one.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the comments from my colleagues and also from business owners and residents. And I think it's time that we destigmatize cannabis. It's here to stay, and we all know about all the benefits of it medically, emotionally. So I think we can all probably be in alignment in that way. And I'm in favor of moving it to C1. It doesn't seem like, it's been there 6 years now. Is that right? 5.5. And it's been, from my knowledge, very successful, no issues. So I think we need to reward you in some ways. Thank you for being there and doing that. So I would definitely be in favor of moving it, and I hope it's okay, Chelsea. I did call Chelsea, and and asked you which one was more important, the lounge or the zoning, and you said zoning, correct? Yeah. So I would definitely think it's time now that we take a step forward and expand the zoning, particularly C1. It seems like that's a really good idea. And also from the comments made to maintain Bryant Circle and Bryant Street as manufacturing, it just seems to make sense to do that. I think in terms of a community move, I think it makes sense to take one step at a time. So if we do the zoning, let's do the zoning now, see how it goes, see how the community responds to that. And then in terms of the lounge, come back. And I know I appreciate your patience because it's been a long haul. And I really think that it's time to make a move forward. So I would make a motion to move it to allow it in C1 at this point. And maybe we could split it, one topic at a time.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're actually making a motion not to allow lounges.
Well, my motion would be to allow it in C1 because personally I think that it's at this point, take one step forward, see how it goes.
Are you saying allow the existing dispensaries into the C1
Yes,
zone,
yeah.
but not with lounges?
No, at this point, one step at a time.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I would make a motion. Do I have to wait for somebody to second the other motion? I'm going to make a different motion.
So the mayor's motion gets a second, then you can make a substitute motion, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not sure if the mayor's motion got a second.
No, okay.
Motion dies, so back to the mayor.
Okay, I'll make a motion to allow cannabis lounges and or the existing dispensaries into the C1 zone. Is that sufficient?
Yeah, so it's a motion to direct staff to prepare an ordinance to allow the existing 3 dispensaries to expand into the C1 zones and to allow consumption lounges. The one question staff would have is it to allow the 3 dispensaries to select staying there or move and the lounge together, or is it to allow 3 dispensaries and 3 lounges, put it where you want?
I think I would leave that up to the dispensaries because it's going to be driven by what types of buildings are available, economics. I believe that they will make the right choice. Then when the ordinance comes back, we're going to be looking at the hours and all the details, to make sure that this is operating in a way that's good for the community.
Absolutely, the ordinance will have
Yeah.
the details. The ordinance
Yeah.
and the regulations that are accompany it.
Yeah.
So we can draft with council majority direction a broad ordinance that will allow expansion of the C1, the red and the green zones on the map, and the existing dispensaries and lounges with 3 dispensaries, 3 lounges, together or separate as desired.
Yeah. See, the reason I say that is because it's been at least 6 months since I've talked to the dispensary owners. At one point, former council member Ryan Blatz and I went to all the different dispensaries. So what I would do in the meantime is go and ask what they would like to see so that we could then bake that in, as you say, bake it into the ordinance.
We can do that with council majority direction. But in
Okay.
the end, it'll have to be, of course, a council vote.
Okay, so
As the
Is there
elected
a second for the motion?
I'm going to second it? Somebody-
Well, I'm giving Rachel the opportunity.
Yeah, I would second it, except for lounges, I would be interested in keeping the lounges on the east side, like opening the C1 as the mayor suggested, opening that, but for the lounges, keeping those east of Park and in that area.
Okay, and then we still have the opportunity before the second reading to go and ask questions. But I accept that.
Yes.
I accept that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Can you repeat the motion, Matt, one more time?
As I understand the motion, it would be to direct staff to prepare an ordinance to allow retail cannabis dispensaries in the entirety of the C1 minus the downtown commercial subzone, which is the arcade, and to allow lounges in the C1 east of Park Road, and then to maintain the existing allowance for dispensaries in M1 MPD, and to allow lounges in M1 MPD.
And may I ask, that's my motion, right, that you just read back?
That's what I understand your
With the
motion is,
amendment,
as
friendly-
adjusted.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Just one clarification, when it comes back for second reading, if we discover there's some problem with only allowing the lounges there, I don't foresee that there is, but it's, like I said, I should have been better prepared. I should have asked before the meeting. Can we still amend that ordinance?
Yes, particularly because it will be coming back for first reading first, then a second reading.
Okay,
Because the ordinance doesn't exist. We have a prior ordinance, but that's prior direction.
okay.
So yes, when it comes back for first reading, the council can introduce it with any amendments as desired.
Thank you. That's great.
I just want to say one more thing, and I appreciate all the support, and I'm all for it. I just really feel strongly that in terms of good governance, when we make a decision like this, we should take it one step at a time. So I'm just going to stick with that. Okay, but we have a motion and we have a second. So can we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes. Councilmember Whitman.
Abstain?
Thank you. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
No. All right, well, we pass.
May I make a comment, Mayor Sticks?
Yeah.
If we were voting for this a year ago, I might have agreed with you. But there's been so many delays. We could have passed this in October. I feel it's just unfair.
Okay.
But
We're actually.
thank you for
Yep,
your
when we're-
opinion. I respect it.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to item number 3, the budget workshop 1, fiscal year 23-24 general fund budget. And we have an overview tonight at a high level.
Yes.
Boy, am I getting hungry. I have a really nice salad at home.
We'll give a couple seconds for people to move out.
Where are we on? Are we on item number?
Do you want to take a 2-minute break?
We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be back. Thank you.
That was a funny.
You all ready to come back? Okay, we are back. We will move on to item number 3, the budget workshop 1. Take it away, James, please.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Yeah, this presentation will be, the goal of this presentation was just knowing that we had a heavy agenda. Today, we wanted to start the process and get everybody sort of the basic foundation level understanding of the budget this year. We used to start the first workshop by saying, you know, oh, it's a typical year. And I think after COVID and the pandemic, we've sort of lost track of what normal is. So I wanted to start with just sort of laying out where we stand at this time, and giving sort of a general overview of the city's health and the fiscal health and the city's proposed budget for next year. So just starting with the high level overview, we figured we'd start with one slide here of some basic background. As a starting point, the fiscal year runs from July 1st to June 30th. We are entering fiscal year 23-24. We are currently, as we speak, in fiscal year 22-23, but on July 1st, we will enter fiscal year 23-24. And so when I say things like next year or this year, it's a little different than the calendar year. But so we're preparing for fiscal year 23-24. The main focus of tonight's discussion is going to be the general fund. And just as some background, the general fund is the primary fund used to fund the city's core administrative and operational tasks. This is things like paying our utilities, keeping the lights on, keeping the doors open, keeping staff working, our sheriff's contract, our health benefits, all of those types of things. There's other funds. One of the funds that we'll talk about at an upcoming meeting will be the Capital Improvement Project Fund and the Measure C Fund. And those are the ones that fund the big projects that I think a lot of people have mentioned today, and a lot of people want to talk about, things like paving and infrastructure projects. The impact that the general fund has on those funds is, I'll explain when we get further down, but there's one line item in the general fund budget. Well, there's actually a few line items towards the end of the budget that are transfers to other funds, and it's literally the last section of that, the budget summary that's included in the packet. And those transfers are where we are moving funds from the general fund to our CIP, to our reserve, to our equipment funds. That is sort of the impact that are the relationship between those funds. But for the bulk of what we're talking about tonight is we're talking about the general fund and those key items like staff salaries and benefits, police services, other contracted services, utilities, insurance, maintenance of facilities, maintenance of trees, maintenance of streets, other than, and when I say maintenance of streets, it's not large projects like paving, it's more like the costs for us to have our staff go out and fill potholes and fix trip hazards and things like that. So that's sort of the focus of tonight. There will be a future workshop on the CIP and Measure C that'll talk about projects. We had put in the staff report that we were planning to have that workshop on May 9th, but looking ahead at the agenda, we have a pretty heavy agenda on May 9th that I'll mention later. And so that may end up being May 23rd, and we'll confirm that. But tonight is the start. It's the focus on the general fund. So the first key question when we're talking about the general fund is, we started to say it's returning to normal. And like I said earlier, it's hard to really understand what that is at this point after we've had several years of very volatile budgets. Our revenues during the pandemic had dropped down to 10.2 million, but even that, it was lower than that. It was because that includes some of the COVID funds and things like that, where we've now over the last year, or so, and then looking forward, return to what we would say is a more normal budget of where we expect to be, which is about $14.65 million this year is what we're projecting. And we're proposing a slight increase to $14.9 million in fiscal year 23-24. And so that's general fund. The good news is we also have Measure C, the 5% hotel tax increase. And right now, because the hotel tax has really sort of increased quickly to where it's averaging about $6 million a year, that means that we also have that about $3 million of revenue in Measure C that can be used specifically for key projects in certain categories: street paving, climate change mitigation projects, and the other items that we identified when we took Measure C to the voters. So all in, that's a pretty strong year of revenues for us. About $14.9 million is what we're projecting, with another $3 million in Measure C to help us catch up on deferred maintenance and things like that. The Measure C funding, we've said this a few times, but we just got our paving bid, and we will be bringing that to council. We got 3 bids, but we're bringing the bid that we're going to recommend to council. And as we expected, the cost was about $1 million higher than the estimate from 5 years ago because of cost increases. The bid was $2.8 million that we're going to be recommending that the council adopt or approve. And so that math sort of lines up pretty obviously that we get $3 million in Measure C, and it's going to cost $2.8 million to pave. So you can sort of see where that funding is coming from and what that funding will be going towards. So we are thankfully in a good position to catch up on the paving. But the first few years, that's probably going to be what the bulk of that funding is used for, that Measure C funding. The reason why, the last bullet point on the slide, the reason why I'm mentioning Measure C, and I'll try not to for most of the rest of the presentation to not cause confusion, but it's because it is relevant, because in the past, we would have had to find things to cut in the general fund to shift money over to be able to pave. Now, thankfully, we don't have to do that, but because Measure C funding is there. But so we are in a better situation than we used to be. We don't have to defer paving like we have in the past. But it also shows, because Measure C is projected at $3 million, paving bid has come in at $2.8 million. There's not a lot of room for error. There's not a lot of wiggle room. We don't necessarily have quote unquote extra money that can go towards other projects that we've identified as priority. So the theme of, in summary, the theme of the budget this year is we have a good budget. We expect to have good revenues. We had good revenues this year, but it's very tight, and with catching up on all the things that we had deferred for years and years and years, there's not a lot of wiggle room. And so it's a good situation all told, coming 2 or 3 years after a pandemic. But we will have important decisions to make as part of this budget process. So when we start the budget, we start with looking at we have to start by sort of laying out what assumptions we are making as we to formulate the budget. What are we expecting to happen? What assumptions are we making that will happen to lead to this result? And so I'll start with the assumptions for revenue. First, we budget conservatively. There's a few reasons we do that, but ultimately the main, or it's actually a city policy. The city council has adopted policies up until this point to budget conservatively. So we sort of always start budgeting conservatively. It served us well. It allowed us to get through some difficult times. And then over the last 2 years, as budgets, as revenues exceeded expectations, it allowed us to build up our reserves very quickly. So we budget conservatively by policy, but we're also budgeting conservatively because there are warning signs right now of potential economic slowdown. It's gone back and forth recently. There was a lot of projection of recession. Now it seems like maybe some of that is being reconsidered, but it seems that there's an overall slowdown. So we're going to start. Our first assumption we're making is that we're not going to keep increasing at the rate we've increased in the past. And one sort of Ojai centric reason of that is that we only have so many hotel rooms, and they can only charge so much. And I know that people talk about the rates that the hotels charge, but as the occupancy goes back up, it can't go up past a certain point. Once the rooms are booked, they're booked. We're building the El Roblar Hotel is building some more rooms, but those won't be open until at least mid fiscal year, which would be, I know it's confusing, but January of the calendar year or later. So if rooms aren't being added, the occupancy is not going to go up. Revenues won't go up. So we have some sort of local reasons why we don't expect revenues to keep increasing. They really increased coming out of the pandemic for all the reasons everybody knows, is everybody started to travel after the pandemic, but it's not going to keep increasing at the rate that it has. And so again, so those are just reasons why we start off budgeting conservatively. Our big three revenues as a city are property tax, sales tax, and hotel tax. Property tax is always an interesting one. People, because real estate is expensive in Ojai, people assume that the city gets a huge chunk of property tax or a huge revenue source of property tax. It's actually the smallest of the big three that we have, and it's relatively stable because even if house prices go up, if somebody is not selling or buying the house, the property tax doesn't readjust. So it doesn't change very much one way or the other from year to year. We keep seeing an increase. It's typically in the $2.3 million range, and we typically see like an increase of about $20,000 a year. So property tax is not, it's relatively stable, and there's not a lot of wiggle room when we project for property tax. Sales tax has recovered well after the pandemic. It exceeded projections this year, and so we've revised to sort of match the projections from this year. And then the same thing with hotel tax. And when you look at our budget and you look at our total revenue from year to year, whatever amount the total revenue goes up or down is almost always a match with just the hotel tax. So the other revenues almost always seem to stay pretty stable, but the hotel tax is what determines if we have a year where we have $1 million or $2 million more than we thought, or $1 million or $2 million less than we thought. So the hotel tax has had a couple good years in a row, and we're projecting to match this year's level next year. And so essentially, I put in summary there, we're projecting slight increases from this current year for next fiscal year, but relatively flat, very minor increases. Again, just because there's not more hotel rooms that are going to come online right away at the beginning of the year. There's not more occupancy increases. We mentioned in the slide that the El Roblar is projected to open mid-year next year. It's hard to project exactly what impact that'll have. I think we'll see over like 4 or 5 months at the end of next year, and then we'll be able to project that more accurately next year. But so for now, we did not include much of a change. I think we included about $100,000 increase to our hotel tax for the El Roblar opening part of the year. And then last, as far as revenue assumptions go, cannabis revenue, knowing that we were going to talk about that today. We have totaled about around the $300,000 range in cannabis tax revenues over the last couple years. Those missed projections because we had expected the cannabis manufacturing businesses to open. The city's approved two cannabis manufacturing businesses. They ended up not opening. Neither's open to this point. And so we have now readjusted for next year where we are not expecting the distribution to open. We're not anticipating any increase in revenue from that. Obviously, we just talked about allowing cannabis lounges, so that may impact the cannabis tax revenue. But as of the time we prepared this budget, we did not adjust for that. So the budget only anticipates the 3 existing dispensaries in the cannabis tax projections. And those are coming down over the last couple years. There's the 2 theories is that as more cannabis dispensaries open across the state, that each dispensary will have a smaller share of the pie, essentially. And the other is that cannabis tax peaked during COVID when a lot of people were at home. And as people go back to work, it's dropping statewide. So our projections reflect that and show an increase or a decrease projected next year. So that was the revenue side. On expenditures, if you're asking, what are we proposing in the budget? We start with current service levels, but projected at next year's costs. And in this economy, that's tricky because costs are increasing faster for pretty much everything we do. I've said this a lot lately, but if you go to the store and buy eggs right now, they're more expensive than they were 2 years ago. And when we go to the store and buy tons of materials for paving, it's more expensive than it used to be 2 or 3 years ago. So we start with proposing the same current service levels as the prior fiscal year. And then we identified 4 key categories based on our policies and our prior directions from council that we then built into the budget. Those 4 key categories are catching up on deferred maintenance, rebuilding staffing, paying down debt and liabilities, and building reserves. And so in the budget, how we address each of those, I'll just go through sort of each of those categories. Deferred maintenance, we've increased all of our maintenance budgets. We sort of had a chicken or the egg situation 4 or 5 years ago where the community was asking for higher levels of maintenance, the council was asking for higher levels of maintenance, but sort of the answer from staff at that time was, well, we don't have the resources to increase maintenance, so we can't. And so the council over the years since then had, and I recommended that we start to provide funding to increase our maintenance. And what we're finding is once you start actually maintaining, you start to realize how much there is to maintain and how much hasn't been maintained. It's not ever fun to talk about, dead trees in Ojai, but there were tons of dead trees that were just, rotting and becoming hazardous. And some of them were hard to finally pull because, we had one this week that people may have noticed, the Clough Vista pine tree, the giant pine tree, and it was dead for quite a while and starting to become hazardous. Nobody wants to pull those trees, but once you start to do those things, you realize how many of those situations there are. Obviously, we have arborists look at them and make sure that they are truly dead, but there's a lot of that work to catch up on over the years. There's the streets, there's the sidewalks, there's weed issues, there's trees, all those things. So what we're finding is the more that we start to catch up, the more we're realizing that we hadn't been doing, and the more that we need to start getting into our maintenance schedules. So every maintenance budget we increased last year. It was sort of the first time we had done that. And what we found is we started to do more and more maintenance, and we needed more money to really catch up once you start doing it. So that's proposed in this budget. We're also re-implementing the transfer for anybody who's maybe new to this process. The city had a policy before Measure C because there was no dedicated money for paving other than just a small grant each year, a couple $100,000. The city used to have a policy that we would automatically transfer some of the regular hotel tax to build up a fund to be able to pave every couple of years. With Measure C, that's not long-term. That's something that we're hoping that we can sort of do away with. But because we have so many years of deferred maintenance, we are proposing, we included that in the proposed budget at about $600,000 being transferred from general fund to the CIP to help us just provide that extra level of funding to be able to make sure we can pave each year. So that's, first big category, deferred maintenance. Second big category, staffing. One of the reasons we'll get to in a couple minutes when we talk about the reserve building up very quickly, there's a lot of good reasons, and we made some difficult decisions to build the reserve, but there was also one that was out of our control that was not optimal, and that was just, it was very hard to hire in this economy. It's very hard to compete for staffing. So we need to keep building that up and investing in our staffing levels and our training budgets. So in this budget, we proposed investing in restoring our staffing levels, investing in the training budgets. And what we also did was we realized that we did a salary survey, and we've always compared ourselves to other cities. And when we compared ourselves to other cities, we were usually in sort of the same range in most of our positions. But we started to hear rumors about other agencies that some of our employees were starting to leave and go to other agencies. And we noticed, for example, one is Casitas. And so when we're comparing to other cities, we look fine, but then we compare to Casitas, which is not a city, but it's an agency right in our backyard. And we saw pretty quickly that they pay their maintenance workers significantly higher than we pay our maintenance workers. So in this budget, we're proposing an increase for our public works maintenance employees to try to make sure that we're competing with Casitas and other agencies in the area. And then there's a few just key staff enhancements. Just to enhance our staffing levels, but also to one of the things that we've heard a lot and that we're finding is in a small city where one person does a job, there's not any depth and there's not any redundancy. And the way that manifests that we've all heard is people comment about how the city doesn't have institutional knowledge. And it's because when one person leaves, there goes all the institutional knowledge for that position. So in the budget, there's a couple key positions where institutional knowledge would be very, very valuable. So we're recommending adding a couple key positions. One was on the agenda tonight, and that was for the IT department. The IT department's one person. If he gets hit by a meteor, we have no IT. So we recommended trying to, create a position to help with that. But another one is our planning position. Planners in Ojai have been probably the hardest position to fill with competent staff, and we are fortunate right now. We have a very competent planner. But if that person leaves one day, they take all their knowledge of our planning processes and design standards and everything else, they take them with them. And so we wanted to create another planner position and have them cross-trained so that we have some redundancy and some backup to that. And then the last two positions listed there, recreation staff person, that's just to keep restoring rec programming. The recreation department was completely, decimated during the pandemic. And essentially, we weren't legally allowed to offer recreation for quite a long time. So we're building it up, but we're at the point where adding a person in right now would really help launch more programming. And then we mentioned the trolley because we've been trying to hire drivers to bring back the second trolley route for years now. And we've talked with some other transit operators, and what they've noted some cities are doing is, during a time like this where it's hard to hire trolley drivers, just converting a couple part-time drivers into full-time drivers and doing that to try to cover the hours to then add back routes. So we're proposing doing that with a couple positions. So it's trying to find a creative way to be able to get back to full trolley service. So that's category 2, staffing. Category 3 of the major priority categories for expenditure increases are starting to prepay liabilities. City doesn't have much debt. The city doesn't have bonds, and that's great. But what we've realized last year, and we started to talk about this last year, is we do have some debt that I think everybody sort of blocked out of their minds for a long time. And so when we started to dig into it, we realized, like, oh, no, this debt's actually getting pretty substantial, and we need to start addressing it. And the two big categories are the retiree medical prepayment. Just for anybody who doesn't know, 10 plus years ago, the city offered a benefit to employees that was basically if you retired from the city after working a certain amount of time, you got medical benefits for life. That ended 10 years ago. I think almost every employee that we have now, including myself, we will not get that benefit. It was ended and is no longer available. But for the people who got it back 10 years ago, we have several $1 million in liability for that benefit. And so it's one of those things, almost like a mortgage. You can pay sort of the minimum, or maybe credit card debt maybe is a better example. You can pay the minimum payment for years and years and years, and you're never going to pay off your debt. So what we're proposing is let's start paying above the minimum payment to start trying to actually pay off the debt. And there'll be a slide with some more information on that in a couple slides. Similarly, there's a second liability that's also several, millions of dollars, which is the unfunded pension liability. Now that is for all employees. All employees, all city full-time employees are eligible for the PERS pension. And so the city, just like the one mentioned before, the city can make the minimum payment, but to actually pay off the debt and reduce the payment in the long term, we would need to start prepaying that pension liability. So we're proposing in the budget, we had started to prepay the retiree medical a couple years ago at $100,000. We had never prepaid the unfunded pension liability, so we recommended doing that last year at $100,000. And so for this first budget, we recommended increasing those to $150,000 because we want to start trying to increase how much we chip away at those two liabilities. And so that's included in the budget, but obviously as we start to talk about potential reductions, these are some of the things we might look at as well. But we wanted to start with trying to start pay off some of those long-term liabilities. And then the fourth category of key expenditures is the reserves. And I'm going to include in that the contingency funding, and I'll explain why in a minute. But so the city, prior to about 2021 or 2022, we did not build in a transfer to reserves. And so it's interesting because when people ask why we never met our reserve goal, the city has a reserve goal of 50% of our budget, basically in an emergency reserve account. We never met it in 20 years since that policy was adopted. And it seemed like a lot of people wondered why, but it's not really much of a mystery. We never transferred any money into it, and we never built that into the budget. And probably because it's not fun and not glamorous, it's nobody wants to say like, and here's the money we put into savings. But we're trying to do that now, and we did that last year per the direction of council. The council approved this, basically saying, before we get tempted to spend it, take any of the money that comes from the cannabis tax and put it into savings. That's how we set it up. And so we did that last year, and we built up the reserves. And so in this budget, that's continuing. We have it listed as a cannabis to reserve transfer, and it's proposed to continue at $272,000 being transferred into the reserves. So again, just prioritizing those 4 priorities, and the 4th one is rebuilding the reserve. So we're trying to start with that in our first draft of the budget here. We also I probably should have put a different heading on it, but we also included, per council direction at that same meeting, I think that's why I put them together. That same meeting last year, the council asked us to add a line item for the museum to ensure that that's funded at $60,000 a year. So that is included in the first draft of the budget. And then the first draft of the budget does not include community funding at this point, but I'll explain why on that in a couple of slides. But the key thing that I wanted to mention here before moving on is the contingencies. The city never had a contingency fund prior to maybe 2020 or 2021. We recommended having a contingency fund essentially for those unforeseen expenses that occur during the middle of a year. And so, for example, if we get sued in the middle of the year, if we have an opportunity like the Sewell Park partnership in the middle of the year. In the past, we didn't have a contingency fund, so the only option was to take the money out of savings. So you could see sort of the recipe for failure was we weren't putting money into savings, and then we would take money out of savings and then sort of wonder where the money went. So we're trying to sort of fix both of those things, and that's why I have reserves and contingencies together. In the budget, we are transferring money to the reserves, and we have a contingency fund for unexpected expenses built into the budget. So if something comes up in the middle of the year and we have another opportunity next year, something like the Sewell Park partnership, we have the flexibility to be able to pursue those things. And so that is included in the budget. It's included as a line item with $450,000 at this point. I will note that this year it looks like we will likely spend most of that, most of the contingency fund. So we started with that also in this year's budget because of that reason. So, moving on. So just, that's a lot of background, and sorry for talking so much, but it's sort of like the thought process that we start with. And as we start to figure out, what we're trying to prioritize and what the council would want us to prioritize, that's where we start. And when we start with that, here's what we have. And here is our budget that's as proposed. Revenues, we budgeted conservatively, so an increase from 22-23's $14.65 million to $14.9 million. Expenditures, we project that last year's expenditures will end up at about $12.48 million. Next year's expenditures, $15.1 million. I think a key thing to keep in mind is that, like I said, the staffing last year, we weren't able to staff up as much as we wanted to. In this economy, you probably noticed when you're walking around town, restaurants and stores can't get the staff that they're trying to get. We have the same challenge. And so our adopted budget was much higher, but we weren't able to staff up the way we were hoping. We've started to make progress on that, and we're hoping that next year we are able to get to the level that we're trying to get to and fill some of the key positions that we've had vacant for quite a while, like some of the ones we listed a moment ago. And so with the first draft budget, with conservative revenues, with the expenditures to do the things that we think the council wants us to do, those priority item or areas, we end up with about a shortfall of $196,000. I would say, you know, just for people, to get people used to this process, it's not unusual on the proposed budget that the proposed budget either has a surplus or a shortage. And over the next few workshops, we work to try to balance things out. So I think overall, we're pretty happy with this budget. We took it through the budget committee, and the budget committee was pretty happy with this budget, that we're able to try to start catching up on all these items and do our, and, you know, fund our operations. And we're in pretty good shape at this point, but we have a couple of decisions we'll have to make to really just balance things out. And so, oh, and then I didn't mention bullet point 2 on the bottom of this for expenditures. I noticed, I think the newspaper today said there seems to be a theme that our costs are increasing. And yes, there is a theme that our costs are increasing. And we could ignore it and not adjust our budget and end up not being able to afford to do what we need to do, or we can be realistic and increase our budgets. Thankfully, the paving, we did exactly that. We increased the amount of money that we were earmarking for paving, and the paving came in at the high estimate that we had expected. So we are able to pave, but we need to keep doing that next year too. We need to just realistically estimate. And so that's another reason why the expenditures are projected to increase from our 12.4 million to 15.1 million, because everything we're doing is more expensive. And I'll give one example of that, of like just, again, the unglamorous world when we're talking about this, because it's not the fun stuff that we're talking about, but our insurance costs increased 68%. And we're self-insured through CJPIA. They literally send us an invoice and say your insurance went up 68%. Just like, yeah. And it's just like, you know, as a homeowner getting your homeowner's insurance and it goes up. That's not fun stuff. It's not stuff that anybody wants to do, but it's just realistic. Costs on those things are going up at this point. So I won't go through these in like real detail, but I think the big point really to look at is like how we talked about trends, like revenue starting to normalize, and that during the COVID years, they were really, really low, obviously. And then they sort of spiked coming out of COVID, and then they've been kind of stable. And so it's good because I think we have a realistic understanding of what our revenues are. I think we'll be in the range. But obviously, you know, it's not one of those things where it's just continuously increasing after COVID, and we're expecting it to jump another, you know, couple $1 million like it did a few years ago. It's stabilizing. It's pretty flat over the last couple years. And then this was just some the detail of the expenditures. We have the budget summary, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. I know it's getting late. I do want to go a little bit into, we talked about those key areas. There's like 4 key projects in those areas, or, you know, items in those areas I just want to talk about real quick. Deferred maintenance, we talked about that earlier, but the paving is the big one. This year's paving bid is $2.8 million. We are trying to do a 5-year plan. I think our paving score, when we most recently did our paving score, there's a index on a scale of 0 to 100, and our paving score was 53, which is, it's just like school. It's a fail. It's an F. And so we had a goal, we're putting together a 5-year plan to try to get the score to at least a passing score. And obviously long-term, we want to get better than that. But the first year was originally estimated at $1.8 million, and the bid came in at $2.8 million. And so we can pretty easily see if we're about $3 million a year over 5 years, that's $15 million just to get to a good pavement score. That's a big sort of deferred maintenance liability that we have hanging out there, that the dollar amount just has kept going up as our score keeps dropping. So we need to reverse that. We need to prioritize it. And then I mentioned the pension and OPEB liability. I did want to point out in the budget summary under expenditures, if you look at line items 2 and 3 on that sheet, it's actually just a very simple example of what we're talking about the debt. Line item 2 is our annual PERS costs, which is $300,000 this year. But line item 3 is the unfunded liability. So that's the payment we're making because the debt keeps increasing. And that's a $515,000 payment. And so at this point, we're paying more towards the unfunded portion than we are towards just our regular PERS costs. And that number's just going to keep going up, that $515,000, unless we start prepaying it and paying it down. And so, like I said, it's just like credit card debt. If you have $100 on your credit card and you don't pay it, eventually the interest becomes more than the payment. So we're trying to take the step of actually paying the debt and reducing our costs in the long run. And eventually, obviously, 10 years down the line, 12 years down the line, the goal would be to actually be able to get rid of that line item, the unfunded liability line item. It's investing a little right now, $150,000 a year, to try to prepay that debt and make a bigger impact in the long term. So, just big picture, right now our pension liability, we're 71% funded, but that means we're 29% unfunded. The cost of that 29% is about $6.2 million. So we have sort of a $6.2 million debt on our pension liability. On our retiree medical, we're 18% funded, much less funded, but the good news is it's a smaller amount, so it's better than the other way around. But the 82% unfunded is estimated to cost $3.6 million. So you're looking at about $10 million. It fluctuates based on how the market does, so that number can go up or down each year because everything is based on basically the investments for those funds. But $10 million in liability there, $20 million in liability for streets that we need to catch up on. And so our budget, we're recovering, we're trying to catch up on these things, but there's a lot that's been deferred for a long time, and we're gonna have to be disciplined to catch up, and it's gonna take us a while to catch up. So anyway, so the general fund, that might be the last slide on the general fund. I do want to quickly just mention Measure C, just so people sort of start thinking about it with the next budget workshop being focused on Measure C. As a reminder, it passed 1 week before COVID, March 6th, 2020, I think. So our big first year that we were going to catch up on everything, we ended up getting $50,000, and we weren't able to catch up as well as we thought. But the good news, as you can see, is it's starting, it only took about a year to recover then. fiscal year 20 to 21, we got about $1.7 million in Measure C revenue. And then 21, 22, almost $3 million. 22, 23, we're on pace for about $3 million. And 23, 24, we're projecting $3 million. And so that is money that the hotel guests are paying that we will use to pave our streets and catch up on all of our our deferred items. And so that's a major positive for us moving forward. It's just money we didn't have before. And I've said this a few times, but if we didn't have if the voters hadn't approved Measure C, we just wouldn't have been able to pave for probably 3 or 4 more years. It's just the impact of COVID would have just impacted us for several years. And thankfully we did it at the right time. We now are able to sort of pick up where we left off coming out of it. So maybe one important thing to note there. So to date, we've collected about $6 million in Measure C funds, which is great, but it goes very fast. $2.8 million to paving, as we just found out. And then we talked at council a couple weeks ago about allocating some additional funding for the ATP, probably $1 million over a year for the next 2 years is what we said. And so just with that, there's a big chunk. And so again, it just means we have to prioritize, and we're not going to be able to do everything all at the same time. But the good news is we're able to do the priority items that we're identifying. So, and then the last, I think there's one more slide, but this is the last one of substance. Kind of good news, I guess. It seems like we should have celebrated, but our reserve, we finally met our 50% reserve goal. Something the city had never done and really had never gotten close to doing. After 20 years, the month prior to the pandemic, we had $3.2 million in reserve, about 30%. That was the most we had gotten. We've talked about this, but 1 year into the pandemic, March of 2021, we were down to $650,000 in reserve because we used the reserve to stay afloat. And then as businesses started to reopen and as we got the COVID assistance funding in June of 21, it bumped back up to about $4.8 million. And then 1 year later, at the end of June 22, it was $9.5 million. For a lot of the reasons we've talked about today, we budgeted very conservatively. We managed our expenses. We made difficult decisions. I heard somebody say we said no a lot, and I think that's true. And we were able to build the reserve so that we are ready for the next emergency. That's really the point of that reserve. The key thing there is, I think one of the things that we learned with the reserve, we were able to stretch it and we were able to get through the pandemic. But the way we did that was we delayed everything. And that's sort of been the pattern, I think, for 100 years. And that's why everything is deferred. And so the goal now is to get to a point where we don't have to delay everything every time there's an obstacle, So we're trying to make sure we have the funding to be able to just consistently chip away at things we need to chip away at. And then the last point I'll make on this is it also showed the importance of the reserve. We did drop to $649,000, to the city attorney just pointed out that was literally, we had expected that to be one more month of expenses. For those that remember, the city, we actually had an agenda item to hire an expert to try to find a loan for the city. And the first couple weeks after that, we found that it was not looking promising that the city would get a loan. So it really showed us why, as a small city without a bunch of assets that we could collateralize, we need to have emergency funding for those situations. So good news maybe doesn't feel like it so much, but the good news is we've done a good job of rebuilding the reserve over the last couple of years. And that goes to the second item on the agenda, or on this second recommendation on the staff report. The Budget Committee had recommended that we increase the general fund reserve, noting that it got very close when we were only at 50, or it got very close in the pandemic. Just months before the pandemic, we had said, well, you know, it's unlikely anything that severe will happen. And then we ended up having that happen. So, so that's a recommendation from the Budget Committee as well. And that's that slide. The only point I'll make, because I just explained this, but the only point I'll make is related to this is the impact on the budget of increasing the reserve policy is limited to basically one thing, and that is the cannabis to reserve transfer. If we increase our reserve goal, that transfer will still go to the reserve until we get to 80%. And so I think after the Budget Committee, I think we got a lot of comments where I think people were thinking it meant we were going to like postpone projects and put off paving and things like that if we increase the reserve goal. The only impact on the general fund is it forces us to maintain our transfer to reserve of the cannabis tax. And so the Budget Committee recommends doing that to make sure that we have enough money for an emergency. I recommend doing that. I just, you know, for all the reasons the council adopted that policy in the first place, which is making sure that we're prioritizing being ready for the next emergency over other items at this point. So, but so with that, and I know it's late, this was intended to be high level, sort of give a big picture, tell everybody what we're looking at this year. Hopefully it did that. And there were 4 basic sort of big picture questions we were going to recommend talking about. And very simply, first one was, you know, feedback on our revenues and if the projections are reasonable. The Budget Committee found that they were reasonable, although, like we said, conservative by policy of the city that we should budget conservatively. Expenditures, big picture, you know, feedback. Are we missing, you know, priorities that we should be including in the expenditures? Or, you know, changes to service levels that the council's looking for. That would be another topic. Third is, at the end of the day, as we work through the process, we'll have to close the deficit of $196,000. There's ways to do it. It's just, like we said, with those 4 key categories, one of them will have to be, you know, one of them will have to be reduced to some level. For example, the contingency, that could be reduced, you know, to help close the gap. None of them are easy. You know, the contingency, like I said, we used the whole contingency this year. I'm hesitant to reduce it, but that might be what we have to do. And it just means that we have less opportunities to sort of pursue things that come up during the year that we weren't expecting. The transfer to CIP could be reduced to balance the budget, but that means we have less money for the other priority projects and capital improvement projects. The transfer to reserve from the cannabis tax could be reduced, but again, then that means we would not be increasing our reserve. There's no other funding in the budget that would go to the reserve. And then, you know, one thing that somebody mentioned, you know, cannabis tax, potentially that could be something that could be looked at to increase it. The voters had approved initially up to 12% cannabis tax. We set it at 3%, which I think is pretty reasonable. I think it's the lowest one in the, it's the lowest in the county. I don't know if it's the lowest in the state, but that would be one option. And so as we go through the process, we don't have to make the decisions tonight, but those are the types of things that we could look at to balance the budget. And then last, specifically on contingencies, I mentioned it already, but I do have a recommendation on the one of the hot topics that is usually what we get a lot of comments on, the community funding. And tonight, I'm not suggesting we get into that in any detail, but I just want to maybe give an idea for how we can address those this year, that we can think about and work out over the next couple workshops. And what I'll say is that last year, I got pretty much universal feedback that nobody was happy with the way that we did it. We essentially had an application process, and we had 15 or so applications, and it sort of ended up at the end of the day where we had 15 groups show up competing with each other, and we had them line up, and we, you get this much, you get this much, you get this much. And even the groups that got funded weren't happy with it. The groups that didn't get funded weren't happy with it. The public was not happy with it. I don't know that anybody was. And I think, to me, sort of trying to take a step back and saying, like, how can we do this better? It didn't seem like we were being thoughtful, and it didn't seem like we were prioritizing what was important to the city. And so my suggestion this year is not treating it that way. My suggestion this year is it should be like any, well, and actually, let me back up one more point, because one of the speakers today came and spoke very often at council, and they pointed out by giving just what we called a grant away, that they felt we weren't doing our job by managing taxpayer resources. They felt that we weren't ensuring that we would get what we wanted. We had no oversight. I was challenged. The council was challenged as far as how are we managing these groups, and the answer was we're not. It was considered a grant at that point. And so my suggestion as we start is to think about doing it different, and instead, if there is a service we want to buy from one of our community organizations, we should treat it like anything else and have a contract and spell out what we expect and what we're going to hold them accountable for and what we're going to do. And, I'll use an example, and I've talked to some of the groups, and they've been pretty positive about the idea, but the Green Coalition, for example, instead of in the past where we've just said, here's this many dollars and we hope that you do what we want you to do. The idea being that we'd actually contract with them and say, here is what we, make a proposal. If the council's interested in that, what they're proposing to do, contract for that service. And when they perform that service, we issue the payment. It's just like anything else. And the thought with it is, that we'd be, that the residents, the council, the public, everybody would know what we are purchasing, what we are expecting to get. And we'd be able to be accountable for that. And the second piece is, I think in the past when we just said there's X amount of dollars that we can give away, it's almost like you have to give it away. You have to fulfill that quota. And then at the end of the year, we have other things that we weren't able to do because we ran out of, money in the contingency fund, and we don't have money, and we gave away this money. And instead, my suggestion this year would be, we treat it like a contract. If somebody wants to come and make a proposal for a contract with the city, then they go through that process. But the challenge with that will be the contingency fund is the line item that we would use for that. And so as we budget, if we reduce that contingency budget, it is going to reduce, how many things like that we can do as well. So it's all connected. One thing is, I think in the past, people looked at it as different pots of money. It's all general fund. It really comes down to what are our priorities and what do we need to do versus want to do, and, et cetera. So anyway, we can talk about any of these things, but again, today was supposed to be sort of high level, get everybody thinking. And then we'll have additional workshops to then really fine tune some of these items. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Thanks for doing all that work.
Thank you.
And Pam, if you're listening.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Mayor, is it possible those of us who've been sitting here for 5 hours could make our public input and then you go on to your deliberation?
With questions, all right with that, Council?
I would like to just say that I'm going to listen to this whole thing again.
Microphone? It's a lot.
I am completely asleep. I did wake up when you started talking about the community.
I figured.
I'm not prepared to direct staff or do anything. You know, that's, I'm not.
And can I just?
Council, are you ready to, just one question, are you ready to take public comment, though, Council? Yes?
Yeah.
They'll be livening things up.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Just getting a little.
Yeah.
Because it's your fault, you kept saying one more thing.
Microphone, please.
20 times.
Yeah.
You're a godsend, James.
I know that from yoga teachers, they used to say one more chaturanga dandasana. I didn't say one more, I said one more 20 times.
Okay, so, public comment?
Yes,
Yeah,
please,
okay.
thank you.
Okay, let's start with Bill Miley, then Brian Akins, who doesn't appear to be here, I don't think, Larry Steingold, and then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Wow, what a lot of work. And I made a big mistake in a number I put down in my email, which turns out to be lower than it should have been. And I'll tell you about it. So, including a 1% for community grants is imperative, in my opinion. Revenue and expenditure projections are not exact. We're talking about $150,000, and that's only 1% of a $15 million budget. 2, please consider raising the California state sales tax, asking the voters. Our sales tax is 7.25%, and has been that way probably since the start. Our budget has little money for public information and education. And we've seen that how that causes problems in the past. So we're at 7.25% cents or percent. I suggest it be considered to 8.25 or 9.25. And this is where I made a mistake. I said 1 cent would then raise $250,000. That's not true. I left a zero off. It will raise $2,500,000. Right? Right. 1 cent to 8.25. What about the residents? Will they support it? Well, I was at Costco on Friday, and as I looked over the slip that I used to pay, to get out, they charged 9.25. And I had to spend 10 minutes finding a parking place because there were so many people looking for places to pay money to Costco. They're not concerned about the 9.25%. So let's do that. And if we raise it 2 cents, it'll be $5 million. And we could pave everything with that, practically. Okay. Increases in contract services should be detailed. Street costs. With such a rapid increase in street maintenance and repaving costs, it weakens future CIP planning and places, in my opinion, that budget in the wind. Can I have a little bit more time? I know. I need more time. Okay, but there's a way of slowing down the wear and tear on the roads. Councilwoman Souza. It's been discussed before, reducing the speed limits all over town, except on the highway. Okay, if we reduce it to 25 and 20 miles per hour, we'll reduce damage to the roads. And then what else happens? Vehicle damage will be reduced. And more importantly, will reduce injury and risk of death to the people involved in the accidents. We've got to do that.
Can you
There's no
wrap,
money for climate mitigation.
could you wrap it
Where's-
up, Bill, in
What?
10 seconds? Could you wrap it up?
No, I'd like to ask her, there's only 3 of us here to speak on
Well,
about,
it's
I
a-
spent a whole bunch of time.
I appreciate that, and we did receive your email, and we read it. I mean, all of us read it, so
I'm going to be very offended if I can't have another minute.
can you do it quickly?
Yeah, I'll do it 1 minute quickly. You know why the PERS cost is because the investments were down over the years. Okay. Community grants, and I suggest you do it this way. The city council should, through public survey and input, determine crucial unmet needs. And those are the ones that you put out for community grants. Also, community nonprofits, we don't have to pay their employee benefits. Well, I mean, they'll charge you for it. Okay. Okay, and the last thing is, the big priority for the city right now is homeless services. It should be the very top of our priority list. Look what's happening to Libby Park if you read about this on Facebook. It's not good for anyone. The homeless, the city, the residents, the tourists, law enforcement. And now that the sheriff has that 65-bed mental health service, that's going to be great for homeless people, but they have to get there. Okay, I guess that's it.
Thank you, Bill.
I'm glad that you read it, because nobody ever tells me they read it.
We read it. We read it.
Nobody ever tells me they read it. And you never mention it in a city council meeting. For the last 20 years I've been coming here, none of the council people ever say, did you know that there are 17 letters that came in and they all wanted more swimming pool water or something like that?
Well, now you've heard it tonight, so that's
And
good.
point well taken.
All right,
Point well
Larry
taken.
Steingold and then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Good evening, Larry Steingold. This is probably one of the more serious meetings, I think, because Mr. Vega has done a wonderful job dealing with what he's got, and there's really no fat on the budget. And I think it's time that between the sales tax, maybe it's weekends only, maybe it's only from Wednesdays to Sunday. There's also the TOT tax, which I know nobody wants to touch. But we're probably 30 million in the hole. You've got 20. My guess is there's probably more, because you're not including any of the deferred items, any of the items that will become deferred, any of the emergency items, any of the items that you want to add. You want to take care of the homeless, or the unhoused. You want to take care of the affordable housing. You want to take care of this. You want to take care of all these items. We don't have enough money. I mean, I'd love to have everybody wants all these things. I want all the homeless. I want everybody taken care of, but we don't have enough money. You either got to raise all the money or cut back on all the expectations that people have. Whether it's the homeless, you want to put them in first. You want to have housing. You want to do this. You want to have a new vehicle, electric vehicles. We can't live on grants. I mean, that's an unfortunate part of Proposition 13. Okay, you're stuck because the only thing they can do is offer you free money and you're going to make a deal to cut that done. But raise the taxes. We have no choice. You might as well hit all the people who come here. You want to do the cannabis thing? Maybe. But the sales tax and the TOT, where else are we getting the money? We can't tax the locals. How about an internet? Where does the internet sales tax go? Does all the internet sales tax go to the state? Do we get anything? I don't know. Mr. Vega, do we get anything?
We get a portion of it.
How much of it?
It's in our sales tax.
We get the portion that we should be getting if we had our own sales tax, if they actually bought the stuff here? Or do we get less?
It's sort of a trick question.
Okay.
We don't have a sales tax, so we do not get any additional revenue. We don't have an additional sales tax.
So we don't
We
get
have the
anything
default
from,
1%.
if I buy something on the internet, we get nothing.
No, not nothing.
We get our share of it, but you had asked, do we get additional? We do not get additional
So
because
we
we
don't-
don't have an additional sales
Okay,
tax.
so we just get whatever we get from the internet. So if I buy something online, you get it, the city gets it.
A portion.
But the goal is actually raise the taxes. I mean, at least propose it so we can have that conversation, put it on the agenda and say, we want to raise the TOT, we want to raise the sales tax, we want to do whatever. Just get it on the agenda and then have it out. Seriously, because we don't have enough money.
Thank you, Larry.
I need to talk fast, but I'm tired. I want to talk, I want to take off from what Mr. Vega said about the way we do grants, but I'm actually going to talk about something that is not a community service grant. It's actually a city responsibility, but we're not living up to it. In our housing element, which we spent 2 hours on the other night, Planning Commission, there's actually only one item that is not the responsibility of the Planning Commission and the community development part, and that is retention of affordable units. Now, we know we have been talking about this over and over again. When we talked about rent stabilization, everybody came in and said, this is an emergency, this is an emergency. But we have in here a promise to the state of California, to the citizens, and was in our last one too, that we're going to continue financial support of the Community Assistance Program and the Rental Assistance Program administered by the help of Ojai. Judy Murphy and I had a meeting with them today, not on this, but we were getting our committee started, our task force started, and we were trying to learn information. So I asked them about this program. They said they had not been funded by the city at all. And they used to have a state funding for this rental assistance. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about it. I have very little time to do it. But first, before I do that, I think this council needs to invite them to make a presentation about what they do, because I was just amazed at how much they do and how important it is. And this rental assistance program has in the past kept people from being evicted and run out of Ojai. Because what they did with it was to pay someone's rent for a month and then work with them to get a job or otherwise. Or if they were being evicted and they were looking for a place, they would pay their first month's rent and their security deposit. Now, of course, the price, since they had the program last before the pandemic, they used to be able to do that for $1,000, and now it's like $4,000. So that's how much rents and stuff are going up. I think we ought to put at least $50,000 in it. We've made the museum a part of the town. This is our commitment. This is a city program. So how can we promise we're doing it and we don't give any money? So this is an emergency. We need to help these homeless people or people from becoming homeless. And they confirmed to me that anybody that gets evicted in Ojai, where do they go? They leave the valley. And so when we talk about let's provide housing for people who live here, what about all the people that have been forced out of here that want to remain residents? And of course, we have our workers as well. So this is not about new housing. This is about trying to maintain our people in our housing. And this is an agency that is tasked to do that. They're skilled. And I think we ought to fund them. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Weston, any comments online?
Yes, Mayor. We have one on Zoom. Renee, you have the floor.
Hello, am I unmuted? Can you
Yes.
hear me? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, James, congratulations. That was a really well-written report, and you have managed the city very well. And even though our TOT revenues are much higher than expected for this year by $1.3 million. In other words, you estimated low and bonus. You got 1.3 million more than you estimated, and you managed to save $500,000 in unfilled positions. Congratulations, way to go. I would still like to stress, I do believe, along with the other speakers, you do have City of Ojai council members, a structural deficit. A structural deficit, you've got to look it up. That's what the school district had. We've got capital improvement projects that need funding, including the ATP. We have no idea if those costs are going to go up 40% as well. And deferred maintenance and the roads and pension liabilities. My question, though, is that there was a new position the $150,000 position that was funded to implement the rent stabilization and tenant protection program. The purpose of this first time meeting is to craft a consensus on how to make this budget better for the city. We have a real housing need, as Jeffrey was just talking about. And really, with this rent stabilization thing, only a few tenants will be helped and served. How many units are really going to be affected by it? How much is it really going to cost to administer? At the last council meeting where you met jointly with the Planning Commission, you agreed to have housing experts come and advise the city to help set priorities for housing. Shouldn't you wait until after the experts provide information and guidance to the city before you start funding a rent stabilization and tenant dispute process? It really seems premature to me, and I understand from James that that position is in the budget, although he didn't mention it when he talked about the new positions. So I really do believe that that's an important thing. And last, because I know, I really think you need to not fund that position, defer it for a year, and continue with the funding for what the Green Coalition is doing. That visioning process was spectacular. They talked about our homeless issues and how to use a city park to its highest and best resource with community input. I think we need more of that. I think we need more of that project and that process, and that's a much higher priority to me than 150,000 new position for rent stabilization that we really don't know what the benefits are going to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee. Is that it, Weston?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, all right, we will move on to discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion that I need to review. I mean, I'm not prepared to have any kind of even cursory.
Council,
So
that doesn't mean others aren't.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. That's okay.
I'm open to that motion, but I want to hear from James what he really needs direction for tonight, or if we move this on to a future, because I can't imagine us going through all of this in a short period of time. So I think we have a lot of time to spend, I think we all have a lot of things to say about the budget, and so if there's anything that we can kind of address quickly to give you direction, I don't even know that that's feasible, but I'm open to doing that.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get direction. I just don't think we're going to be able to do it tonight, so.
Would anyone be interested? I mean, we could direct staff to prepare resolution to increase the general fund reserve from 50 to 80 tonight. Susan?
I'm not ready for that because I want to make sure.
Microphone, please.
I want to know the implications of increasing the general fund reserve goal from 50 to 80%, even though I kept hearing assurance that it wouldn't take away from this or that. I need to hear it again fresh to make sure that we're not cutting out something that's really important. But after that, I might be ready.
Okay.
I'm not ready.
Leslie?
Yeah, we're at 72%. Is that correct? 62%. See, there you go. I'm just not prepared. So I would agree with Sousa. It's not that I'm against it, but I'd like to think about what alternatives would be and what the options would be to get there, rather than let's just say go there. I'd rather think about how we might get there in that conversation, as well as, yes. So thank you.
Rachel?
I'm fine with holding this conversation for a later time, but I also wanted to know, what is the feasibility of talking about the sales tax, increasing the sales tax?
So the issue with the sales tax is that it's not going to impact this year's budget.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand why it's a point of conversation, and it's probably worth having the conversation. But even if you told me today to do it, it's going on a ballot, and we don't know if it gets approved, and it won't get approved this fiscal year most likely. So this budget the answer is we have to live within our means this budget. And so that's a big part of what we'll have to do as part of the budget process. So it's something the council has the ability to pursue a sales tax. It's just, to me, that's not necessary to take the next step on the budget at this point.
Okay, so it's agreed that we will wait? Yeah.
So,
Andy? Yeah.
but my understanding is that the concept of raising taxes, no matter what that may be, you know, what tax that may be, and then how that tax would be used, is not, I know that all of that would have to go on a ballot measure, but it's not on our list of things to be heard by city council. And I think we should probably ask that we have that discussion item. I'm open to when you, James, thinks it's best to do that, but let's at least get it on the list so we're not 2 months from now saying, why haven't we done this? And then find out we have to wait another 3 months or.
Yeah, it is. If it's worthwhile having the conversation, it's just, the only point I was making is it's not.
It's not going to help us with this
It doesn't help with
budget.
this budget, yeah.
So
So we can, I think I see multiple heads shaking, so we can schedule that for a meeting probably as soon as we get the budget done, so.
Leslie?
Yeah, so I think we should have a larger discussion on a way of increasing revenue stream. So I think we've cut the bottom line as much as we can, so now we need to increase the top line. And that's not just with a sales tax, it could be just saying an increase in the TOT. It could be a transfer tax on properties that transfer over a certain amount of money. So there are various ways. It could be a vacancy tax, various ways that we can increase the revenue stream, or, you know. So I would say we don't have to limit it to just a sales tax, but perhaps the other ways of raising funds. But that brings me to sort of a concern of mine, is that we keep adding things to our list, and at some point I forget what we've added, honestly. So I'm thinking that one thing we might add to our list is a list of the things we've added to the list, and then we can prioritize and really get a clearer sense, like the climate action plan. I'm like, didn't we do that? And it's like, no, we actually didn't do that. We just said we put it on the list. So I'm starting to not track what's there, what's not there. So I would like to propose that we have a list of what's on the list and have a discussion on that, so we can actually do some basic prioritizing.
Is that a future agenda item you're suggesting?
Yeah, that would be a future agenda item.
Okay.
I know, it's like terrible. Now I'm putting a
Okay.
future
All right.
agenda item for future agenda items, but what are you gonna do?
Well, first, let's do council member reports. Anyone? Good. Okay. City manager's report?
Just it was gonna be the new website, but we announced that already. Right now for the May 9th agenda, what we're looking, the items we're expecting to bring are the formula business ordinance on that agenda, the Habitat for Humanity concept review, and that's high level, receive the concept from Habitat and decide whether the city wants to pursue that further. The flag policy that we talked about last meeting about doing before June this year. And then I'm working on a potential item related to just a status update on our housing element. That one may or may not go, but for now I'm going to pencil it in. So and that's why we mentioned the budget workshop too, potentially going to May 23rd, just because we have a heavy agenda on May 9th. So.
Will we finish this budget item on the 9th?
Yeah, it's tough. Part of the issue right now is like the next 7 council meetings we already have full, and so
7 council meetings are full.
yeah, into July, we're full. And so then, and then when we add an item, then I have to bump something else back. And so we're just running into timing issues. So I will look at it and see if we can maybe move one of those to consent or something, and then be able to have the continuation of this budget conversation.
I guess we need to pick up the pace, gang.
Microphone, please.
Because I like dealing with the budget when I'm wide awake, and I'm willing to come to a special meeting if necessary.
Okay.
And the other question, James, will items 5 and 6 from tonight be on the
That's
night?
right. Yeah,
Okay.
I sort of lost track of that.
Okay,
So.
all right. Well, anyone have any future agenda items?
I want to
'Cause
ask, when is
we do have a lot.
when is the item on the planning commission and the how we select our commissioners coming back?
It was scheduled for May 23rd, but I think we're gonna have to move about 4 items back. So May 23rd or June 13th at this point.
Okay, and then what about the cannabis? Do you think that's?
That one we still have to draft. So that one is still probably, that one's a few meetings out.
Okay, but the commission selection probably June 13?
Yeah, that's probably, we'll
We're
try to stick
really
to that
behind.
date.
I think we need an extra meeting.
Um,
This is like really behind. We're really behind.
And
Because we're going to
then-
forget what we said and what we decided.
The other item that, and I'm sorry, I'm loath to say anything new, but bringing back the earth-friendly management policy. Can we put, sorry? Can we put that on the list?
I'm really,
Oh.
really
I'm-
willing to do extra
I am
meetings.
too. I'm actually
want
with
that
Mayor Pro
back
Tem
on the
Francina
agenda, yeah.
about doing an extra meeting for catch up.
Well, the one point I'll make is keep in mind, we are doing extra meetings. We actually, I think we have 4 meetings in 4 weeks.
Okay.
So at some point.
Okay, sorry, staff. I'll retract what I just said.
No, and I hear it. It's just, we had the joint meeting last week, and we're trying to do the transparency workshop at probably right after the next meeting. So it's just, it's hard to keep finding it, honestly, just hard to find another day to stick a meeting in at this point. So.
Well, could you please, James, though, put the earth-friendly management policies on the
Yeah.
long list?
Yes. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, anything else before we adjourn?
Everything else can wait.
Okay, all right, well, thank you all for hanging in there.
Yes.
And we are adjourned.